Hello, welcome everyone to this day 4 of the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is CCP Fozzie, and I am joined by Apothony, and we are going to be bringing you the first match of the day between Razor Alliance and Inelectable. As a reminder, every single match today is in the elimination bracket. These are all teams that lost last weekend, which means that if they lose one more time, they're out of the tournament. So every team today has their back against the wall. And we've got some pretty impressive setups, especially from Inelectable. I really love their setup. I don't know how well it's going to work, but it definitely pushes all the right buttons for me. They have brought their flagship Armageddon. River in the Armageddon for the Inelectable team is flying their flagship with an Astarte and a Neros, 3 Demoses, 2 Heretics, a Malediction, Tyrannus, and 2 Herons, and those are rails on the Astarte and the Demoses. So these are going to be skirmishing rail ships. I'm really looking forward to seeing how all those work out.
Railmost indeed. And on the Razor side, we have a kind of more standard Gila setup with some Serbs and then some probably damp Merlins. I think one of the big stories of how this match flips is whether or not the Serbs can kill the Heretics before they kill their own Merlins. And we do have the match starting. It looks like we've got drones dropping, the drone of choice being Warriors and Infiltrators for Razor heading across the match now. Lots of damp spreading across. We're going to see where damage gets applied first. Looks like Nanaki in the Merlin is already starting to take damage, but in the Neros for Inelectable already blasting through its shield.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage, and one of the Demoses for Inelectable is at 0 speed. That might suggest that he could have disconnected or gone AFK. I don't know what's going on. That Neros is, Neros is shield tanking. He has a local shield booster, but he's still dropping very fast.
It looks like the Deimos are running medium armor repair bots. That's going to help the Neros so much. But having said that, it's already in a 3rd armor, and it's going in. It's bleeding structure, Fozzie.
It is taking big chunks of structure as it gets regen through the armor. We do have a Crow knocked off the field from Razor Alliance, but that Neros is just barely holding on to life.
By the skin of its teeth, the Crow pops for the Razor team. I wonder what they're going to try and shoot at next on the Razor team, but for now, that Neros is hero tanking.
Yes, Razor Alliance needs to get a tackle on that Neros to be able to take him down faster. It would have been dead by now if they just get a web on it. It is managing to outrun some of these drones, so if it can keep moving like this, then it might be able to survive long enough for Inelectable to get another couple kills. But they need to take advantage of this time.
One of the things you need to be aware of is that the Serbs are going to hit their reload cycle soon, removing a ton of DPS on the field. Looks like they're trying to start taking down one of the Heretics of the Inelectable team. But, I mean, that DPS on that Neros, that was everything that the Razor team had to throw at them. And that's going to be only available for half the match. Looks like the Malediction now for Inelectable dropping, as well as a Heretic, saving those Merlins, keeping them alive, putting both teams down to 11 versus 11 again.
The Neros is still taking damage, but he's actually holding on quite well. I am seeing some fire going onto the drones. Inelectable is shooting the drones to at least a certain extent, but it looks like they're not getting much damage applied to anything else. The heal of the boss is taking some damage, but he's being repped just fine right now. As the Neros drops into structure again, and I don't think he's going to be able to pull back from this one.
Oh, come on, Paragoda, come on!
As I say that, though, he gets a reload on his ASB. Man. He's got a reload on his ASB, so he did get a boost there, but I don't know if the next one's going to come fast enough.
This entire match is just this Neros just being insane. Like, it's so close to death. Like, we just need to stop and just wait. Like, I don't know what I want to say, because I know
as it's going down, Teabag Cerberus is also taking a lot of damage. So Teabag Cerberus is currently being neuted. There you go. The Neros is down.
The Neros is down.
That first Cerberus, he is getting neuted by the Geddon. That's Flag Geddon with extremely long-range newts, which means he can't move very fast, but he's holding on quite well. There's a lot of great repping being done by Lightshot, the Razor Scimitar, and he's keeping most of his team alive very effectively.
Yeah. Now we see the Inelectable team starting to drop without their Logi to help them out. We've got another Heretic about to go down as well. The final one, the Tyrannus, also taking shots. I mean, this is what a Gila team really needs to get rid of. You need to get rid of that tackle, because then you can just whiz around the bigger ships all day long. And I think this Flag Armageddon from Inelectable is not long for the world.
Yes, it is going to be in very big trouble without the remote reps to keep it alive. The Razor team very smartly hasn't decided to jump on that shiny flagship. They're just going to take apart the Inelectable team bit by bit, going after the most vulnerable targets first, clearing off the frigates. Then they're actually probably going to take down this Astarte or the Demoses, try to knock off something that's going to clear some DPS off the field, and then save probably the Armageddon for last, which is going to be a little bit of insult added to the injury for this Inelectable team.
I think one of the philosophies that's very important in the Alliance Tournament is when you get ahead, don't try to win. Try to get more ahead
Well,
instead.
you also tried to keep your scimitar alive, and Lightshot
That
is
is
taking
true.
a lot of damage right now. He is looks like getting hit by the railguns. He's in great optimal range of these railguns right now. If he drops, then it would still be almost impossible for an Electable to come back. But this is definitely what an Electable needs to do if they want to try to pull out a
Yeah,
miracle.
Razor pulling out a really solid victory here. Taking down the Simi would be nice for an Electable to kind of show they're still putting up a fight. And it is dropping down to structure.
Yep.
Looks like it will go down by the end of the match. But a really nice victory by Razor. I mean, it's kind of sad that kind of a more off-the-wall setup from Electable died. But, you know, off the wall is off the wall. You've really got to know what you're doing when you stray from the norm.
So that is Lightshot Scimitar down, but while he died, 2 Demoses got killed for an Electable. So now the third Demos is going to be following, and Razor Alliance, even without their logistics, which should be able to pick apart the remaining 2 ships for this Electable team once the Demos goes down.
Yeah, those warriors falling through. I mean, looks like the drones are having a bit of a hissy fit. Some of them are falling behind the Deimos they're trying to kill at the moment. But no, there we go, catching up. Still damps being applied all over the place by the Merlin, but now we're just in cleanup mode for the Razor team. They've got to be happy with that win.
Yes, yeah. I mean, at this point, again, every single match is a do or die match. Inelectable with this loss will be eliminated from the 12th Alliance tournament, so hopefully we'll see them back for the 13th, but that's going to be the end of their run here. Razor, meanwhile, gets to stay around till next weekend where they'll be facing another elimination match, and they're going to have to be bringing out their big guns in every single match, and they did a good job of it here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Razor flagship is the Raven State. I'm not convinced we're going to see that this tournament.
Would it be so amazing if they did, though?
My
I
God,
would
it'd be
love
so
to
good.
see that ship.
Like, when was the last time we saw Raven State in AT? Would have that been like in the days of Band of Brothers or something?
No Raven State has ever shown up in the AT. The Raven State issue was the prize from the third Alliance tournament. There was Raven State issues and Tribal Tempest given out, but no Raven State issue has ever been used in a tournament. They're all safely locked away in people's hangars. One got stolen once, but then given back to its owners. But that's a story for another day. As we see this Armageddon dropping through armor, he of course has that big battleship tank, but it's only a matter of time now. The Razor team has a whole 3 minutes and 45 seconds to kill him. They're going to easily be able to finish him off in this time, and we'll get to see how shiny that kill mail is.
Yeah. I mean, Waffles got a little derision when we lost ours last weekend because it wasn't the most expensive fit in the world. I'm interested to see. I mean, how many flagships have been lost so far? It's only 2 or 3, isn't it?
It's only a couple, but we're probably going to see more. I do expect we're going to see a lot of flagships today because, again, teams are up against the wall. Every match is do or die. And every time you win a match in this tournament, of course, you get prizes for each match that you win in the form of rattlesnake blueprints. And if these teams can win today and then win one more match next weekend, they're going to get into the Plex round too and be guaranteed Plex prizes. So getting these early wins are very important for these teams as we see that Armageddon dropping down. The Armageddon is a very popular flagship, partially because I think it actually is an extremely effective flagship even on a budget. You don't need to spend a lot of money as we see that Armageddon explode for Armageddons to be really, really effective flagships. You can just stick a couple of Imperial Navy newts on them and you've actually got a ship that it does something other tournament ships can't do, but doesn't break the bank in the process. We'll have to see when that kill mail gets posted, whether Inelectable followed the kind of Waffles cheaper route or whether they went a bit more blingy. But that is the end of the match. Razor Alliance with a very solid victory over Inelectable, and they'll be staying in this tournament and coming back next weekend. And we'll be back in just a few moments for Affirmative versus Choke Point.
You want to stay up to date on the market? You spend most of your time blowing stuff up, but you want to know why Plex are so damn high? Then watch EVE Talk, your weekly look at the market in EVE Online. EVE Talk with me, the Lone Wolf, every Saturday, only on YouTube.
Have sort of a poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership.
To Eve, the only thing worth more than Isk is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve is real.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is CCB Fozzie, joined once again by Apothony, and we are bringing you Affirmative versus Choke Point. Another match between two teams that are up against the wall. These guys need to win or else they're out of the tournament. And Choke Point have really decided to throw back to last year and have brought a triple Dominix team. That's 3 Dominixes, a Neros, Vexor Navy Issue, Vengeance, triple Merlin, double Punisher, 11 pilots, and 60 of their points used up just by those 3 Dominixes. It'll be interesting to see how well it works out. They have worked in at 50. And why don't you tell us a little bit about this Affirmative team, Apothony?
Yeah, so Affirmative have a really aggressive team with 2 Sleipnirs, 1 in the back though, 2 Hamgoos, and then a very, very scary anti-Frigwing, which is going to do a lot of damage to Choke Point's Frigs, with 2 Heretics, 3 Towers, and 2 Merlins. Game starts, and let's have a look at the drone drop choice of the dummies.
Yep,
it is
guards.
They know Affirmative want to come in close.
Yep, so that's going to be drones that'll be used probably to kill off the approaching Sleipnirs and Tengu. They're not going to be quite as good at killing that Scimitar all the way at the back. But we're seeing damage being applied to a Choke Point Merlin, probably from the light missiles of these Tawars, and damage going onto a Tawar and a Scimitar.
And the Neros, actually, of Choke Point starting to take a lot of damage. Let's see if they can break through the armor tank. Looks like a Tower of Mivari is going to drop at the same time as a Merlin does.
All right, that Scimitar of Affirmative is going down. He is boosting with his shields, but he's losing hull at every single volley. And it looks like, yep, he is dropping off the field. So that Aneros, though, is about to be falling behind. He is now at about 20% armor, and he now has the entire Affirmative team on top of him. So there's going to be a pretty rapid trade here of logistics.
Yeah, it looks like newts are spreading from, I'm guessing, the dummies to several different ships. They're doing a quite good job there. A great way to fill the highs of your dummies with newts. But it's not really doing much to stop the incoming DPS of a missile and projectile-based damage system.
Yeah, at this point, killing off the frigates and the destroyers is what both teams are going to be focusing on now that they don't have the protection of those logistics. They're easy targets. They can be killed quickly, and they remove a lot of DPS and utility off the field. And then they're going to move into some of these big ships. Now, this is going to be a really interesting comparison to see how well 3 Dominix can stand up against 2 Tengus and 2 Sleipnirs. The Tengus and Sleipnirs are going to have the advantage of some great shield defenses with probably ASBs, while the Dominix just have a lot of hit points. And we're going to see as that first Dominix of G Generic is taking damage, we'll see how good his armor tank is.
I mean, he's lasting a good while, and this is time that Choke Point need to use. They need to do something whilst their dummy tank's being chewed through. And as it stands, I don't see any damage being applied.
So the damage is being applied to Aaron Solette in the Sleipnir. He's at about 70%, but he's boosted up to about 85. So he's actually sitting quite pretty right now. As long as his ASB is boosting, he's probably going to be able to tank through a lot of this damage. The problem is his ASB is going to go into reload soon.
The first dummy is about to pop, though. First dummy for Choke Point about to pop. That's a third, well, just less than a third of their DPS left on the field with that VNI still alive. And another dummy will be following soon, I should assume.
Yeah, Aaron is going to be falling behind pretty quickly, though, as he's now into armor. Sleipnirs usually don't last too long in armor. And really, Affirmative needs to knock down this second Dominix of Sergeant Saint here really fast. If they can get him off the field before they take too much damage to any of their other Tengus or Sleipnirs, then they're going to be in great shape. And Aaron is holding on just on this, like the skin of his teeth. Boosting back up in Lowe's hull, but now he's on reload, and that's going to be the end of him.
For 2 such wildly different setups, this has been a really, really close match. I mean, still, I think that Choke Point kind of have the advantage. They got 3 big DPS ships left with a lot of buffer.
I don't know, though. It's going to be like the second Dominix is very low. So the fact that Aaron there was able to survive that long, that gave the Affirmative team the ability to knock this Dominix down. But he is micro jump driving. He has his micro jump drive active. He's going to try to blink away before he dies, and I think he's going to do it. If he gets away, that'll be all the damage on him reduced.
Is he scrammed? I don't think
he's
scrammed.
Out.
There he goes.
He got to the other side of the arena.
As he does, a Sleipnir dies.
Wow, that is a huge micro jump drive by SGX Saint and Choke Point. In low structure, he managed to jump all the way away from this damage because the affirmative damage, being autocannons and hams, can't reach all that far. They need to either chase him down or switch targets, neither of which are really good options. Looks like they're going to try to take down the Vexor Navy issue, which is, I think, a fine choice in this case if they can get on top of them. But it's going to be really tough now. These Tengus would have to be gigantic heroes. Tengu in the two Tengus and a Worm versus two Dominixes, a Vexor Navy and a Punisher. The DNI are going to be dropped.
So it means that Sergeant Dominix is going to have a lot of trouble doing DPS to the Tengus down there. It is, however, sending augmented hammerheads by the looks of it.
The thing is, his drones are going to auto aggro, and there's no bad targets for his drones to auto aggro right now, because there's only 3 targets for them. That Worm is dropping fast. It looks like the Worm is getting new to Nost and is off the field. Wow. All right. At this point, there is the
2 Tengus versus 2 Dommies. The Punisher's about to drop, but one of the Dommies is really close to death. Do Tengus have a partially active tank is my question.
I have to imagine that they're going to have ASBs on these. Well, we'll see. I haven't seen a boost quite yet from this first Tengu of Onslaughter. It might be that they're just all passive.
Close! 2 versus 2 down to the last men.
So, if we have 5 minutes left, there's definitely time is not going to be an issue here. What these Tengus have decided to do, instead of trying to chase the Dominix that jumped across the field, they're going to try to kill the Dominix that's close. If they can finish off this Dominix before they lose one of the Tengus, then they're almost guaranteed to win this. But if they lose one of the Tengus, and Onslaughter is continuing to drop down. He is passive tanked, so he is like getting a recharge out of his shields. And for passive shield tank ships, when they hit around 30% shields, that's when their tank is the strongest. So his tank is just about at his strongest now, but once he gets past that, he's going to start dropping pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Onslaughter is dropping into low shield. Khaleesi's Dommy, you know, he's in 3/4 armor. He's sitting pretty. He can sit for quite a long time eating damage from both the Tengus. When it goes down to 1 Tengu, it's going to take forever to burn through a Dommy.
All right, so Onslaughter looks like trying to get a longer orbit out, but unfortunately, he's just taking a lot of damage. He is into armor now, and that means he's going to evaporate pretty quickly. Tengus are not known for surviving long in armor and structure, and that is going to be him off the field. So that's going to leave Greygal, the captain for Affirmative, as the lone Tengu. Now, Greygal, of course, with a passive shield tank, the amount of DPS that she can knock off the field, if she can kill this Dominix in half armor before she dies, then her tank may actually just be at a permatank the damage from SGX Saint. So it's actually up to this Dominix. So the Dominix Khaleesi is down to about maybe 35-40% armor. She has that big lead, but she is dropping with under the newts and damage from 2 Dominix. Well, newts from 1, damage from 2 Dominixes. If she can kill Khaleesi before she goes below about 30% shield herself, then she might just be at a permatank.
It looks like she might be able to do so. I mean, Khaleesi already dropping into
so close.
3rd armor. She's in half shield.
Greygal's down below half shield as well. This is incredibly close. This match actually could still go either way.
Just hitting the max regen. I mean, we've still got 3 minutes. We're going to definitely see what the result is. I mean, if Greygal can kill that Dommy, even if she's just got a sliver of shield left, she'll be sitting pretty. I mean, it looks
if it's
like
just a sliver, though, then 1 Dominix can take you. Once she's below max shield regen, 1 Dominix will probably be able to finish her off, because she's going to have to burn across the field.
Saint has dropped Curators. He's trying to kill her with Curators. They're not going to do amazing damage here, but they will do a significant amount.
He's at a great range for Curators, and Curators are going to be hitting the best damage type against Greygal. Greygal is well below her max shield regen at this point. She's going to be dropping into armor. It does look like she's actually not going to be able to finish off Khaleesi before she goes down, because she is now into armor. Khaleesi's still in about 10% armor. That is going to be the match. Incredibly close. Greygal flying the hero Tengu,
the final
almost managed to pull it off.
Literally in structure.
Now that really came down. SGX Saint with a incredibly clutch micro jump drive. If he had activated that a couple of seconds later, he would have died, and that kept him alive and kept the damage going. So amazing win for Choke Point. That means they get to stay alive and come back next weekend. Affirmative knocked out of the 12th Alliance Tournament. Again, like I said before, with Electable, hopefully they'll be back soon for the next Alliance Tournament, and we will be back very soon for CYNOSURAL Field Theory versus Castabats.
Whether you're into gate camping or jet can mining, you'll find Eve's best music mix at Eve Radio. Visit www.eve-radio.com today.
Do you like waffles?
I like waffles.
I like waffles.
Do you like waffles?
Yes,
Yes, I like waffles.
And pancakes and French toast.
You want to stay up to date on the market? You spend most of your time blowing stuff up, but you want to know why plex are so damn high? Then watch EVE Talk, your weekly look at the market in EVE Online. EVE Talk with me, the Lone Wolf, every Saturday, only on YouTube.
Test have sort of a poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is CCB Fozzie, joined once again by Apothony, and we are bringing you the next match in the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is CYNOSURAL Field Theory versus Castabouts, and apparently today is Throwback Day because we are seeing another Dominix team from CYNOSURAL Field Theory. They have brought triple Dominix and Neros, Hyena, triple Ishkur, Malediction, triple Tristan, and came in at fairly long range, sent the Dommies in 30 and the rest of the team in at 50. And why don't you tell us a little bit about this Castabouts team, Apothony?
So the Castabouts team have something that we've seen quite a lot this Alliance tournament. We've got triple Gila, really popular, with two Rattlesnakes as well, so very top-heavy team points-wise, with a Simi for Logi. We've got a Corax, typically used to support a Logistics. Then we have two Merlins, a Kestrel, and a Slasher, so a nice round of T1 frigs to finish them
So
off.
the match has now begun. The teams came in from pretty much opposite beacons, so they're quite a ways away from each other, and there are no drones dropped from the CYNOSURAL Field Theory Dommies yet. It looks, oh, there they go, they're coming in now, and it looks like we got Bouncers.
Yeah,
Curators.
long range.
So yeah, they're going to be trying to do some sniping, probably going to try to knock out that Scimitar, but we'll see how well they do. As we're seeing fire already into one of the Dommies of Tinkerhell, the captain for CYNOSURAL Field Theory.
Yeah, the Gila of Lara actually burning straight in the enemy team around the back slightly. Looks like we've got a lot of armor maintenance spots out for the Cyno team, same as they did last time. They really like having a super strong tank. Looks like the DPS, as you say, is being applied to Tinkerhell. Let's see whether or not he can tank. The armor bot's moving over now.
He is definitely, he's going into half armor. He's dropping pretty quickly, and there's no significant damage on the Castabouts team yet. That suggests to me that they're aiming those drones at something that they can't track. Whatever it is, they're not hitting it, whether it's they're trying to go after one of the Gilas or Merlins, whereas those are what we're seeing some, yeah, it looks like we're seeing some damage on the Merlin. Not a great choice to send your sentries after a Merlin early, if that's what's hitting
Tinker's
them.
going.
He is
Tinker's
going
going
down fast, and that is going to be a huge blow to CYNOSURAL Field Theory. One of their three Dominixes, again, those are 20 points each. These are super expensive ships for a
And
tournament.
their team captain as well.
Yeah, and he is now off the field, and they're gonna. Looks like Castabouts is just saying, "Screw the rest of this team. We're gonna go take the Dominixes down right off the field." And it obviously worked for the first one. Dominix, of course, with Tech 1 tanks, a lot of buffer, but they don't rep as well as some of the other ships, like an Ishkur would. So it is, yeah, not enough. They are not getting enough reps in from that Daenerys to keep them alive.
Yeah, I mean, Castabouts now, I mean, their frigates are starting to take a little bit of damage, but they're just flying really well. They're staying at max range, really mitigating any incoming DPS, while they just slug away at those Dommies that just can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, these drones are just not tracking from the Dommies. I'm going to try to get a good look at exactly what they're doing. It looks like they may have abandoned them and switched to something else for at least some of them, but yeah, it's not doing the job. Whatever it is, CYNOSURAL Field Theory has already lost two of the Dominics. The third is about to follow, and Castabouts has yet to lose a ship.
There are so many rep drones that aren't repping this Dommy. There's like 15 medium and lights that just aren't on Meglar's Dommy. They're having a lot of trouble managing both their offensive and defensive drones, and it's really screwing them up here.
Yep. Yeah, the big groups of them, they're just kind of following around. Like, they will say they have one group following an Ishkur and not keeping up with the Ishkur. I don't know exactly what they're trying to do there, but that is going to be their third Dommy exploding on your screen. And that's all the DPS almost. They have three Ishkurs into Malediction, some Tristans, which are probably just fit with armor maintenance spots. There's nothing they can really do at this point, the Castabouts team. This is an incredibly confident performance from Castabouts. Often you come up against a team like this and you're going to try to, be careful. Let's see if we can knock down the Aneros first, pick off some frigates. But what they just decided to do was go in and punch those Dominixes in the face, and it paid off perfectly in this case.
I mean, these are two teams that are probably going to see a lot of each other on Tranquility. They probably have a relationship between the two corps. I mean, Castrabat is typically PvP in Syndicate. You've got Nocturnal Romance, right next door in Placid, with their supers and carriers and all that good stuff. So they probably run into each other on Tranquility. The pilots probably know each other. So it's very interesting to see how two teams that may fight against each other and have different records on Tranquility come to the AT and see how they do against each other here.
And Castabouts, of course, is a team that has impressed us in the past in tournaments with the 8-cast team that they have brought in previous Neos. And this is a pretty strong showing. This is definitely them staking the claim to be a team that you don't want to run into in this losers bracket, because they're already just knocking off CYNOSURAL Field Theory without looking like they're breaking a sweat.
I have to say, I'm really, really glad they decided to give up on the let's bring only 6 pilots, as we saw in the last round, that really cost them a match. Here, they've got a really well thought out setup, a lot of damage, they've got a lot of strong support. You can make a lot of decisions with that setup. Whereas with a setup like Dommies, as we said, when you bring Dommies, you're committing to just kind of sitting there and trying to tank.
Yep.
You can't really do much beyond that. Your choices are in that of your drones and on where you play your newts if they come within newt range.
Well, it's kind of funny. You mentioned Castabouts not bringing a 6-player team like they did last time, but they actually didn't have the option to bring that, because CYNOSURAL Field Theory went with a very targeted ban. Castabouts last time brought what is really the only legitimate reason to have only 6 pilots, which is you're flying a Tinker. And they ran a Tinker with the Tengu Logistics, and we saw now CYNOSURAL Field Theory has decided to ban out shield Tinkers as completely as you can. You ban the Tengu and Loki, that means you don't want to face a shield Tinker. And they obviously didn't want. I can see why they didn't want to face that with Dominixes, but Castabouts came in here with super high DPS Rattlesnakes and Gilas and just cleared the field with them. And that is the match. With only taking like less than half of the time allotted to them, Castabouts has entirely destroyed the CYNOSURAL Field Theory team.
Nocturnal are not going to be happy with that at all.
And with that means Castabouts moves forward through the losers bracket and will live to fight another day. And we'll be back after some ads in just a moment for Unthinkables versus the Devil's Warriors Alliance.
See you in a bit.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve is real.
Kill the thingy. A thingy just landed. Okay, align to that territorial thingy. Kill the thingy. Snow, get thingy. Starburst. Kill the thingies.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined once again by Apothony, and we are bringing you the Unthinkables versus the Devil's Warrior Alliance. And that is the rear end of an Orthrus cruiser that you see on your screen. This is another one of those setups that is going to make at least Randolph very, very happy, and most of the rest of us, I think, too. It's a Claymore Scimitar triple Orthrus, triple Caracal Mollusk, triple Worm setup from Unthinkables. And meanwhile, Devil's Warrior is keeping the theme of the day alive with some Dommy hulls. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that setup, Apothony?
So we have our third Navy Donny team of the tournament, I believe, currently going 1-1 in record. We have supporting them in a Nero, so these are armor Navy Dommies. They're not going for the super DPS version. We have a Myrmidon, probably for some boosts, a Celestis for dance, Enyo, double Tormentor, and Merlin in the support.
And the teams both came in at 50 kilometers from opposite beacons, so they are a full 100 kilometers away from each other.
Team starts off by the red going straight off, burning onto the right. Really coordinated movement. That's beautiful.
They are getting transversal up against those bouncers. So the Navy Dommies have all dropped bouncers. Long-range drones don't have great tracking, though, and the Navy Dommy doesn't have a tracking bonus, unlike the normal Dommy. So this is very smart play by the Unthinkables. They're using these fast chips, which are, by the way, all fit with rapid light missile launchers, and they're going to try to prevent most of that damage. The Devil's Warriors are going to try to kill that Scimitar, though.
All dropped Acolytes trailing behind them at the moment. And as you say, the Simi starting to take a lot of damage from those bouncers. I mean, you're punching into the low explosive hole on the Simi.
He is, though, I think, doing the very smart thing. He's circling in. Essentially, the whole team is moving around and getting closer with the orbit. They're approaching in closer. They're not going to go straight at the Dommies and getting hit full on by those bouncers. They're keeping the transversal up. And as they get closer, hopefully not with a newt range, because these are no-gun Navy Dommies, so they definitely have lots of newts, this Scimitar should be able to reduce the damage further. And now we're seeing damage being applied to the Aneros from the Devil's Warriors.
Teams trying to stay dodgies. That Scimitar is just barely surviving in the lowest of low shield, but managing to do it nonetheless. Damage now starting to apply to that Aneros. You've got all those rapid lights doing what we hope is the correct damage type into the Aneros.
Yeah, so those rapid lights are going to be doing a lot of damage. The Scimitar is still alive. He is barely getting hit by these bouncers. Oh, he just took a big chunk of armor, though. This is going to hurt, and there he goes. Down. Now we're going to have to see how quickly Devil's Warriors can trade for that Aneros, and what, how quickly Devil's Warriors are also can get some kills out of this. They're going to try to probably take down the Orthrus and Caracals, which are going to drop fast without the protection.
Yeah, they're their own Orthrus now. Damage is finally applying to that Aneros, but it's still in quite high shield. Looks like damage is being split. They're also going after the support wing of both sides. The Maulus,
so these guys are all
Lord taking a lot of damage.
Really close to the edge of the arena as well. Most of the Devil's Warriors teams, or sorry, the Aneros and at least, and the Celestis and Tormentor with him, are beyond 115 kilometers now. So they're less than 10 kilometers from the edge of the arena. It would be very easy for anyone attacking them to overshoot and go out, which is probably what they're hoping for.
I mean, that Aneros is 115 from the center of the arena. 5 more meters and kilometers even, and he is gone.
Yep, so, and we're seeing a Worm at 112. We're seeing the Celestis at 119. These guys are really skirting the edge of the arena. This is a dangerous place for them to be. But there you go, they got a Caracal kill.
Goes down, but the Aneros is soon to follow. It is repping. It is taking forever to die, skirting the edge of glory.
Yep, with the Celestis for Devil's Warriors is out to 121, just pulling back a little bit though. This is a pretty smart play. You get out to the edge of the arena, it makes it harder for people to move in around you. They have to come in slower, and it can help keep yourself alive a bit longer.
Looks like another Caracal for the red team is getting into armor. Looks like it's going to be popping shortly. And I do find it interesting that they choose to go for the Caracal over the Orthrus.
I mean,
there goes the Aneros.
Yep. The Aneros is now down, but already they got 2 Caracals out of that. The extra time that the Aneros stayed alive got 2 Caracal kills and a Mollis. That's actually a pretty huge advantage. The Caracals are much lower hit point than the Orthreses, so I think that's a big reason to go after them first.
The team that started with the pilot disadvantage is now 1 ahead. Looks like they're going to start losing an Enyo. I'm not quite sure what they're applying damage to. Looks like we've got 2 different Orthres taking damage. I see repping going on, so it looks like the Orthres do have a partially active tank.
Yep, there goes the Enyo, and these Orthreses are going to try to reduce the damage as best they can. Let's see what they're firing at. It looks like they're going to try to take down more Frigs first, Enyo, or the Tormentors, the Merlins, and get clear off the tackle. If they can clear off all the tackle... Oh.
Fane popping suddenly there. Looks like he must have mixed up his transversal, and the sentry drones will punish you. If they fire in volleys, and if a single volley hits you when you're at low transversal, they will destroy your tank.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really bad situation for the Unthinkables to be in. They're going to have a very hard time trying to come back from this. As they lose these ships, they're going to lose the ability to kill the big Navy Dominixes.
Yeah. I mean, already they haven't got a huge amount of DPS left on field. If they want to chew through armor Navy Dommies, it's going to take them a long time. All the while, they've got to not get hit by those guards, which have now been dropped by the Navy Dommies, now that the Kaiti team has moved in closer.
Yeah, this is a good position to be in for Devil's Warriors. They are taking a lot of damage to that Navy Dommy now. He's into armor. But Navy Dommies do have a big armor buffer tank, so it's going to be very hard for Unthinkables to eat all the way through that, even without logistics supporting them.
Yeah, it looks like neither team really applying that much damage anymore. We've still got the Draconian slowly being burnt through his armor tank. Still not applying that much DPS to the Orthreses. They've learned from their Fallen Brethren. They're keeping up that transversal, but it's going to be a long time that they have to make 0 mistakes on. And it looks like the Caracal of Nikolai is going to follow.
Yeah, I mean, even if they make 0 mistakes, those Tormentors actually can still get in there and web them down. They're still going to have the danger of that. And these Orthreses are taking...
Colonel STFU.
He is in big trouble.
Down.
There he goes. Yeah, these guys, they're got the first Navy Dommy down into about half armor, but with only 1 Orthres, 1 Caracal, 3 Worms, and a Claymore, it's going to be really hard for them to keep eating through this, as there's the next Caracal of Nikolai dropping into armor very soon, most likely.
I mean, what range do you try and engage at here? In general, you've got both guards and bouncers drop. So you pull away, the Dommies will abandon the guards, pick up the bouncers. You come in close, abandon the bouncers, pick up the guards. There's no good engagement range here.
Yeah, at this point, I think my best call would be to just try to skirt the edge of Newt range, like stay out of heavy Newt range, stay at like 35 kilometers, so you have a bit of comfort zone there. But yeah, that is going to put you at a really easy place for the guards to hit you. And yeah, at this point, that Navy Dommy of Draconian is probably actually going to survive this fight, and that'll be a nice, valuable ship for him to keep alive. For anyone that isn't familiar with the way we do Alliance tournaments here at EVE Online, these are all ships that these alliances had to build or pay for themselves. So these are real assets connected to the rest of the game. This is on our main server, so every ship you can keep alive is valuable, because it means you can use that ship later, you can sell it, you get to keep the value of that ship. So that Navy Dommy is definitely worth keeping alive if they can.
So despite what we were saying in Skype earlier today, you know, this old school Dommy popularity, be it Navy or regular, is showing a lot of strength in the losers bracket here today.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of it in the winners bracket yesterday, but we were seeing a lot of Navy Dommies, and were a lot of Dommies. We saw 2 Dominic setups and now a Navy Dominic setup, and the Dommies are 1 for 1 today, and or 1 and 1 win, 1 loss, and the Navy Dommies are going to be winning their first match. So I mean, very solid execution with them. Maybe people are going to have to start banning some of these out again, or at least preparing their setups a bit more to counter them.
Possibly.
So that is, the Claymore is dropping down now, and that'll be the end of him. And that's going to be it for this match. The Devil's Warrior Alliance, is going to be moving on through the losers bracket. We'll survive to fight again next weekend. And we will be back in just a few moments for Dead Terrace versus Moist.
So, do we have any setups that aren't a tinker?
Oh no, I bombed.
You bombed us.
So,
I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, we'll just chillax for a sec, everybody. And then we'll just let Graphic explode, and it's gonna be awesome. It's not gonna be worth, 500 bill, but it's gonna be okay.
Do I have to like do it?
I want every dead motherfucker out of the Alliance.
No.
Every one.
Bro.
Nomad.
Welcome back, everyone, to our next match in this 12th Alliance tournament. This is CCB Fozzie and Apothony bringing you Dead Terrace versus Moist, which is going to be, I'm sure, one of the most baffling matches you're going to see today. This is spectacular. I'm going to quickly go through the Dead Terrace setup first because it is the least off the wall of the two of them, and then let Apothony go through Moist. So Dead Terrace have brought a triple Eos, a Neros, triple Vengeance, triple Malediction Punisher team, which seems perfectly normal until you see the Tengu in there. It's also a Tengu with no missiles or guns on it, and it isn't an ECM Tengu.
It has the Afterburner bonus, and it's not Lynx.
We're not sure what this is, but whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be awesome. And why don't you tell us about Moist?
So Moist have a Flag Blaster Vindicator Typhoon Tinker with a Legion supported by an Eos, 2 Celestis, and a Punisher. This is a thing that we have now seen on our screens for the first and probably last time in the history of the tournament. I don't... What even is this? Fuzzy,
This is awesome TV, that is what it is. All right, the match has now begun. We have Moist have warped in at 0 on the beacon. They're all clustered together as you would expect a Tinker to be. And they're sitting at about 50 kilometers away from the opposing team because Dead Terrace warped in at max range. So we're going to have to see whether they can get any damage from this Vindicator onto a target. The Vindicator is, of course, damped, as one would do against a Vindicator in this setup. And we're not seeing any significant damage being applied across the field to Dead Terrace yet. That's going to be Moist's problem. If they can't get locks with the Vindicators or Typhoons, then this team just won't be able to do much because they've already lost the Damp War despite those 2 Celestis.
I'm just watching this Tengu trying to work out what it's doing. We've got the Celestis of Soul Dragon taking the brunt of the DPS from the Dead Terrorist team at the moment. It seems to be tanking fine with the Reps and the Legion being nice and strong here. We've got all the drones coming across the match. We've got drones, looks like they're Hobgoblins dropped by the Moist team, but they're not actually going anywhere. They might be doing drone-on-drone combat, possibly.
Yeah, there's at the moment the Damp War is definitely it's swung towards Moist. Moist has more of their control applied now. They're applying it mostly to the Tengu and to the Nero. So either they know something that we don't.
Looks like the Foons have dropped heavy maintenance bots that they've currently got on the Legion. So that's going to help there. We've got Cap being fed to the Legion from the Typhoon. Possibly, what's the Vindicator doing? The Vindicator is just kind of sitting there quite happily. It looks like it's webbing and painting drones. It's webbing and painting this gecko here. Now the Legion, however, is being primaried.
So it is going to be pretty hard, actually, for Dead Terrace to kill any of these ships for Moist. Going after the Legion is a good choice, as we've seen this, especially with Armor Tinkers. The Tech 3 is often the weak link for them. If you can break any ship, it's often that ship, and so it's a good choice for Dead Terrace to try to break it. It's also, in the situation, given the ships that they have, smart for Moist to be killing the drones, because they can't kill anything else, because nothing else is going to be within range for their locks for the most part. They can probably lock with one of the Typhoons, but that's not going to be enough to break any of these tanks. So what they need to do is wait out the fight. And at the moment, the Legion is holding on quite well.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, the vast majority of the Dead Terrorist DPS is in their drones. You can Vindy web down and nuke those drones really, really easily and just set yourself up the long range. We do, however, have Fed Navy Hammerheads returning from battle back to the Moist World, and we have, it looks like this Vengeance just burning in, going deep.
So I'm still trying to figure out what the Tengu's doing. The Tengu may be lining up for a bump. Now it's swung around the bottom of the fight and is now approaching below, but I'm really not entirely sure. It's only going about 600 meters a second, so that's not really going to be super impressive for bumping.
Flying from the sun, I'll never see them coming, Captain.
But at this point, it's going to be really tough for either team to break anyone. Neither team can apply their damage very effectively. The Vindicator, of course, is locked into short range, and the entire Dead Terrorist team is being thrown against this Legion. And so far, they've managed to get it down to like half armor, then it bounces back up. That being said, though, it's starting to drop further now. This is probably lower than they've been able to get it before. They've got it now to about maybe 30% armor. It is dropping now. This Legion is definitely starting to break.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what happened.
They must be hitting their overheat or something. Like that is a Legion that is slowly dying.
What's also possible is that the Legion was overheating before and had to turn off its heat. It may have. You can't keep heat going forever. But this Legion is dropping. The Legion is now bleeding structure. It's down below 10% armor.
As soon as this Legion goes, the Tinker dies. As soon as it goes, the Tinker is gone.
Yep.
And now it's in structure. It's going
It
down.
is down. There we go. And so we are going to be seeing a Vindicator explode, a very fancy, expensive flagship Vindicator that really doesn't belong on a Tinker team.
Honestly, I'm really sad that this Tinker is losing because I wanted the Tengu to die so I could see what modules it has on it.
Maybe LARP will be really nice and fly it out of the arena for us. That would be awesome.
Yeah, so we've got the Celestis of Soul Dragon now. They're going back to their original primary, taking that down, just dismantling the Tinker setup ship by ship by ship now that their Logi's gone. We've got more of the support of Dead Terrace being taken out, but kind of this is a story that has been told.
Yeah. At this point, as you will pretty much always see, once a Tinker loses its Tech 3, the rest of the team's going to fall apart. They don't have the ability to project damage far enough to get at these Eoses or the Aneros or the Tengu for whatever the help that would be. And so it's really just going to be a matter of time to see the rest of this team fall apart. The Tackle Frigs, they might be able to kill, but there's definitely, the ball is completely in Dead Terrace court at this point. So we're seeing now the damage being applied to the Eos of Moist. They're going to try to take those links off the field. Bird Flu Bolrino, which is actually a pretty awesome name, is dropping into about half armor in his Eos, and he will be off the field very soon.
They have cleared a few freaks. You know, this isn't a bloodless death, but it is sadly a death nonetheless. We got the Eos, as you say, of Bird Flu slowly going down, and I mean, let's have a look at the bans for this match. Could this have prompted something, like, could they have been planning to bring a setup and then had to bring something else? We've got the bans being, the bans for Dead Terrace being the Ishtar and the Dominix, the bans for Moist being the Simi and the Rattlesnake. So as you would expect, you didn't want to see a really DPS heavy setup for the Moist team, because, you know, that would really scare their Legion Tinker, but they had more than enough DPS with this armor Eos base comp to break through it.
So I guess it's always possible that they expected to have a Dominix in the place of this Vindicator. They're the same points. A Dominix would actually work okay in an Armor Tinker. And that for some reason when the Dominix got banned, they decided, let's just go with our Flag Vindy. Hopefully not, but it's always possible. We'll have to see.
I mean, you may as well get a use out of it if you've already bought the thing, and it's very rare that you're going to take out a faction fit Vindy on TQ anyway. I mean, there aren't a huge amount of uses for it.
Well, you can always just sell it again, but we'll have to see what the expensive modules they have on it, because all flagships for anyone who's not familiar with the tournament, as we see a Typhoon drop into Destruction will be exploding. Flagships have the ability to fit certain sets of modules with more expensive modules than other ships are allowed in the tournament. They can fit their E-War modules especially. They can fit high slot modules, which includes things like neutralizers. They can fit damage modules that increase the damage the ship does, and they can fit one shield booster or up to 2 armor reppers with expensive versions of the modules. And that gives you a lot of power, especially in a ship like a Vindicator. It means they can fit faction or officer damage modules, so you can make it do a ton of damage. And the Vindicator also has a bonus to stasis webifying, so you combine that with a very expensive high-class stasis webifier, and it makes for a very, very effective flagship.
I love the Vindy. I mean, I love my, like, Galente blaster boats, you know, the Brutix, Megathron hulls, Thorax hulled ships. Like, I just love kind of getting in the face, doing a ton of DPS. The Vindy is a gorgeous, gorgeous hull, especially with that web bonus, meaning you apply damage brilliantly to it.
Yep, and that is the last Typhoon now on your screen, dropping into structure. He will be disappearing off the field in just a moment. They're still just trying to pick off a vengeance. Dead Terrace here.
Dead Terrace have missed the trick. What they could have done, they killed the Vindy first, leave the Typhoon alive, pick up the faction loot from the Vindy before killing the Typhoon, make some money off this game.
Yeah, it's very possible. We'll have to see. I am seeing E-War effects being applied. By the way, I've been watching the Tango this whole time.
Yeah.
He's applying something to the Vindicator.
I've been looking at the stream coming through, and there have been jams going off. It's just that they appear to be using a non-jam subsystem Tengu to do jams.
Is this a armor tanked ECM goo without the ECM subsystem?
Yeah.
That actually is about as good of an explanation as anything that I can figure out for this ship. It seems suboptimal to me.
I mean, maybe they just got mixed up with the names and they're buying a Jita, or they're like, I mean,
Anyways, whatever it is, it did win the match, as we're about to see that very expensive explosion. There we go. That is a flagship Vindicator off the field, and with that, Moist is ejected from the tournament, and Dead Terrace will continue on. That is a very convincing victory for Dead Terrace. We're going to be all F5ing, I'm sure, Zed Kilboard to get a look at what the fit on that Vindicator is. And in the meantime, we're going to send you for some ads and be back very soon for Ushur Khan versus a Nest of Vipers.
For day 4, that means that pretty much only the good teams and Test Alliance are left.
Test Alliance, please ignore. Worst of the best. Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny paw into his career. So you always let jump, and let the body hit the floor, and that is how the glue bump.
fly another day.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's. This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later.
Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is CCB Fozzie, joined once again by Apothene. We're about to bring you Ushrakan versus the Nest of Vipers, this next match in AT12. Before we start this one, I just want to quickly say something that from the last match, I've actually kind of figured out what that tango was all about, and it was actually a fine fit. There's nothing really confusing about it once I realized what was going on. It was just an ECM goo fit with the ECM strength subsystem, but not the range subsystem that I'd been kind of looking for. But considering that you're working with a lot of damps, it actually made a lot of sense and was a fine fit, so I don't want to be disparaging upon Dead Terrace. That was an excellent team. But for this match, Ushrakan versus a Nest of Vipers, we have Ham Legions from a Nest of Vipers, which is always a fun thing to watch in action. Nest of Vipers bringing triple Ham Legion, Astarte, Guardian, double Celestis, Talwar, Heron, triple Breacher, and Ushrakan with Rattlesnakes. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that team, Apothene?
Yeah, so very quickly though, the Ainov team have come in at a really awkward angle. It's like a 30-degree angle. Their main face melting DPS at 0, but the Guardian at range. So that Guardian is so close to the enemy team, they're in trouble. But they're set up really quickly. 2 Rattlesnakes, Nighthawk, double Gila, double Worm, double Algos, double Kestrel, in fact triple Kestrel. And here we go, drones actually going down into the main DPS blob of Ainov. Looks like both Celestis starting to take damage. Look at the primary is Bars in the Celestis, one of the Algos for Ushra taking the damage from Ainov.
Yeah, the Guardian for Nest of Vipers there was definitely in a vulnerable position, but he's made it back into his fleet. None of the tackle from Ushrakan was able to get over there fast enough, and he has secured himself with the rest of his teammates. He's still taking a bit of missile damage, but that's really split damage because they're also hitting the Celestis.
Looks like the damp war has been wildly won by the Nest of Vipers team. Damps on almost all of the Ushrakan ships. Looks like the Celestis of Wassox is in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, he is dropping, but he's dropping slowly. I mean, for a Celestis, he's actually tanking quite well. And as he's doing that, we're seeing big chunks of shield being taken away by Finish's, or out of Finish's Rattlesnake. It looks like that's where most of the damage for Nest of Vipers is aiming right now.
Yeah, both teams kind of intermingled among each other. It's quite hard to see who's doing what, who's tackling who. But it looks like Warsox is, just about to go down. That Guardian is keeping up for such a long time, buying them so much time to continue. As you say, burning through that shield tank on the Rattlesnake, though it looks like he is holding reps fine for now.
So the Rattlesnake is running an ASB, local tanked. Of course, he doesn't have anyone to rep him on his team. Otherwise, he does have some rep drones, but these Legions are right on top of him, and they are taking his shield away. It's slowly going down. Obviously, he has a lot of hit points, but if they can take down that Nighthawk, that's going to be a pretty big loss for the Ushrakan team.
We did ask each other at the beginning of the match, when we saw the hams on the Legions, whether or not they would be part ham, part newt, but it looks like they are just straight ham fit. We have first ship dropping there, Celestis goes down as we said, but the Rattlesnake of Finish getting awfully low.
Yeah, he is going to die at this point. He's at about 5% shields and continuing to drop. And it's only a matter of time. Rattlesnakes, of course, as Gris's ships don't have a ton of armor or hull, so once he's through shields, there he goes. He's going to be dropped.
Oh no! All of the medium shield bots of the red team, of the Ishra team, are on the wrong Rattlesnake!
Oh, really? Wow, that is a huge mistake. I do see some on the right one, but yeah, there's a big bunch of them that are hovering around the wrong Rattlesnake.
Yeah. And there he goes, first Rattlesnake spots. Looks like Cassius in the Legion is taking a lot of damage, but that Guardian, who actually is now the new damage primary, is keeping him repped up. That Guardian on field means that it's going to take so much longer for the Ushra team to burn through anything, while they can just lose ships without that logic, slowing the progress of the incoming DPS of the Ainov team.
There is a lot of split damage coming from this Usher Khan team. I mean, the Legion of Cassius there took about maybe 30% armor damage before they kind of focused on the Guardian. They've been applying damage to the Celestis and the Guardian, the Heron all at the same time. It's a little bit scattered, and I think they'd be better off focusing their damage. As we see, the Guardian now is taking the brunt of it, and he is dropping, so that's going to be a very good move by Usher Khan if they can knock that Guardian down.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to apply the cruise missiles of, rattlesnakes onto AB cruisers like the Legions, like the Celestis, like the Guardian especially. So the fact that they're raking it is going to be a giant sigh of relief for them, because if I warp into that match, I will be worried about that.
Yeah, and especially considering that we're not seeing target painters from that team. If you're bringing rattlesnakes, that is really going to be something that's going to help against these low sig targets. But one way or another, they are going to break the Guardian. That being said, at the same time, they're going to be losing the rattlesnake, and that's not going to be a great trade for them.
Yeah.
This rattlesnake Reamorph there is dropping through armor. He'll be off the field in just moments, and that's a huge chunk of the damage for Usher Khan off the field. They still have the Nighthawk and the Gilas and the Worms, but 2 rattlesnakes is a big loss.
I mean, like, if I'm Usher here, I'm going to definitely be going for the frigate support next of the ANOV team. I mean, Gilas, they can kite around all day. They just need to have those frigates not scram or web them, and they can just stay out of the DPS application range of the Legion and slowly burn them down with that logistics gone. Looks like they are going for that. All of the breaches taking a lot of damage.
Reamorph is surviving so much longer than I expected. Yeah, he actually has all the rep drones on him, and that's helping a lot, I think. And he is getting some boosts. There was definitely some ASB boosts, but now he is actually down. Meanwhile, the Legion of Cassius is taking some damage, and looks like the Astarte as well of Ulysses.
Looks like damage is going to be switching to the support, as I said, of the breachers, but also the support of the Usher Khan team is dying. Those Kestrels popping very, very quickly. The breachers having a little bit of a bonus to their local tank, making them great solo ships on Tranquility. Looks like the Worm of Paddington, in fact, is going to be going down soon.
Yep, so now the damage is being focused onto the Astarte of Nest of Vipers, but it is not going down very quickly. No. They are having a hard time breaking through this tank. Astarte is, of course, with a very strong tank, lots of big tech to resist, and a lot of buffer. It's not going to be easy to break through it now that they've lost both the rattlesnakes.
Yeah, I mean, we do have Usher with less ships. You know, they're losing on the points. But if they don't get tackled, I still think they're in with a chance. I'm believing really hard for them. But no, now the Gila, Rawneck, and the Gila gets tackled. He's gonna be popping shortly. Forget what I said.
Yeah, they're gonna have a very hard time, I think, trying to pull back. This Astarte is gonna die, but once this Gila goes down, that's gonna leave just a Nighthawk, Gila, Worm, and a single Kestrel. That's not a lot of damage left on the field. And the Astarte is going to take a long time to kill. I mean, it's got Galente structure even once it goes through this armor.
You know, it's got that local tank bonus. If it's got an AAR, it might be reloading, might be running out of cap. It might even survive the rest of the match.
Yeah, I've been watching it, and it hasn't been doing any active repping, which kind of makes sense. You often wouldn't have an active rep if you have a team that relies heavily on a Guardian. But it's still, I think, going to last a while, and long enough for them to eat through a lot of the hit points on the Nighthawk, which is their new primary.
Started getting him right close. Now only the Gila and the Nighthawk left. Nighthawk going down shortly. It looks like a great victory here of ANOV over Usher, and that's got to feel really good. Usher are a very historic, very old Alliance Tournament team. They've never had the best results, but they pretty consistently got to like round of 32, round of 16s with, you know, decent performances. So having been knocked out in the first round to actually get a win, to kind of get your foot in the door, that's got to be a great feeling.
Yes, indeed. And that Nighthawk, the second last ship for Usher Khan, is now dead. Just the Gila left. Meanwhile, Usher Khan is trying to get the consolation prize of knocking down this Astarte. So they are in a very good position actually to kill it. Unless that Gila dies pretty much right away, it is tackled, then the Astarte, there we go, they got the Astarte. So that's at least a nice valuable kill for them. They'll be happy about that. But at this point, there is really no way that a single Gila is going to be able to wipe out the entire Nest of Vipers team.
Especially when that Gila is tackled, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's got and it's jammed as well by the looks of it. That's gotta suck.
Well, it at least has jamming effects on it. So the icon doesn't mean that the jam was successful. It just means that someone is attempting to jam it. And in this case, the attempt is coming from a single Hornet EC300 drone. So it's probably, well, actually, it looks like it has. No, it does have a full wave of 5.
No,
so
it's definitely jammed. I'm watching the stream in another window. Haha. There goes the Gila. He drops, and it is a victory to the ANOV team. Congratulations, boys. I'm not quite looking at the brackets now. I don't know who you're facing in the next round. It looks like it's going to be Sleeper Social Club, a very strong team.
That's going to be a tough match, but they did survive to fight another day, so I'm sure they're going to be very happy about that. And we'll be back in just a few moments for our next match, which is Losechnia Shalupin versus the Kadeshi.
Align, align. Declock e bomb. Via, ragazzi, tutto. E via il jump bridge.
Do you like spaceships? Do you like explosions? Airlock Media. We make your corporation look good.
Hello and welcome back once again to that familiar shot of the back of an Orthrus cruiser. Another one of these matches with the brilliant, fast Orthrus coming up now. This is CCP Fozzie joined by Apothony again, and we've got Losechnia Shalupin versus the Kadeshi in two actually very similar setups. Both relying heavily on Helas, both with some Mimitar making up a bit of the rest of it. I'm going to talk a little bit about Losechnia's setup. They've got triple Hela, double Orthrus, a Claymore, and then Worms and Harpies and a Talwar. And they are bringing Helas fit with rapid light missiles, and Orthrus is fit with hams for lots and lots of damage.
Yeah, so the Kadeshi have brought a more typical of what we've seen so far. Gila, Mimitar mix this tournament. We've got the double Sleipnir, Scimitar Logi, 3 Gilas, a Talwar, 3 Worms, very popular in other setups as well, and 2 Merlins for support. The match has begun. Let's see what moves these teams make.
Yep, so the entire Losechnia team warped in mostly at 0, actually, with the one Harpy and Talwar a bit further back, and then there's 30. And these teams are merging right away. They're immediately completely on top of each other.
Losec just burning straight into the middle. The Talwar getting nuked. He gets a rep off, surviving a little bit longer. There's a lot of light missiles going down here.
Yeah, there is a lot of damage, especially, of course, from the rapid light missiles on the Helas. They can do a lot of damage very quickly to small targets, and it looks like they're going to go after the Scimitar next. Now, of course, the Losechnia team doesn't have any logistics at all. They're relying entirely on buffer and local tanks and their speed, while Kadeshi is going to be relying heavily on that Scimitar, so losing it's going to be pretty painful if they do.
Looks like Losec is about to lose their first Gila. They've got no logic, as you say. Once that's gone, that's gone. They can't keep alive very long, but that Simi got nuked, obliterated completely off field, so now they're even, but they're 3 ships down.
Yeah, meanwhile, Losec's Hela that's taking damage, he's been burning away from the fight. He's managed to actually get himself safe, which we're a bit now. Of course, he's webbed. Frigate got on top of him, and he's going to be dropping pretty fast. And so it's only going to be a matter of time, I think, for him. But meanwhile, they're applying damage to one of the counter Helas.
Yes.
Arnum's their Hela for
Gila and Merlin dropping ships, dropping left, right, and center. It looks like the Gila of Arnie is going to follow shortly. The Kadeshi are at a severe ship disadvantage at this point.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the ships that they've lost are mostly pretty small, relatively insignificant ships. The tackle was helpful on the Merlins, but they've got the Worms to cover it. It's when they lose the second Hela, that's when the real deficit comes into place, and there it goes. So now it's a Scimitar and Hela, a Talwar, and 2 Merlins dead for Kadeshi, and meanwhile, they've only managed to kill 1 Hela for Losechnia Shalupin.
It looks like Ipshin will be following next, but one of the Worms have gone down now for the Kadeshi. This has just been a slaughter.
Yeah, these Helas for Losec are dropping so slowly. They have such strong tanks compared to the Helas we've often seen from other teams, which is actually especially impressive.
Is that a boundary violating Sleipnir?
That is indeed a boundary-violating Sleipnir from Aton Ra. He went out of the arena and got explodified by CCP Veritas' robotic self. And
Veritas is a scary man.
That is a very big loss. That being said, they probably had already the match tipped completely against them, but Kadeshi is now completely out of the fight. They're dropping like flies. In fact, they're probably actually sacrificing themselves to get the match over faster at this point.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty much the fastest, most bloody match we've seen of today, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive that Losec, not only does their team do so much damage, they've got Helas with hams, but also they managed to fit so much tank on it. We were looking at the Helas before the match and chatting about the fact that the Kadeshi Helas actually were fit with light missiles rather than rapid lights or heavies or hams, which would do more damage. While the Losec Helas were fit with rapid lights. And we assumed that had to be because they were trying to fit some more tank onto them. But actually, when you look at how quickly these guys dropped, the Helas for Losec were surviving much, much longer.
Yeah, I mean, we usually say that it's really fantastic when 2 teams, especially 2 teams that can engage at range, take, maybe the first minute of the match to decide how they engage. We saw at the beginning of this match, the red team, the Losec team, they just burnt straight in. They knew exactly what wanted to do, exactly how they wanted to do it, and they just went through and executed brilliantly. And I think that's a sign of a really good team, pilots that know each other very well, the pilots that have practiced together with each other well, when you can go in and be that quick in their decision making and essentially, put the other team into a panic and possibly throw them off guard.
Yeah, this last Sleipnir is going to drop, and with that, that's actually going to be the fastest match of the day, like you said. This is 4 minutes from start to finish. Losechnia Shalupin with a very commanding victory over the Kadeshi, and that'll move them on to play again next weekend while the Kadeshi get knocked out of the tournament. And we'll be back very soon for a match I know a lot of people are looking forward to, Disavowed versus Hun Reloaded.
Alliance.
Welcome to Wormhole Space, man. We be flying tech trees and smoking them trees. Disavowed Alliance represented by Pandora Spear and Viper Fleet Inc.
Welcome back, everyone, to this next match of Alliance Tournament 12. This is our last match before the break, and this is CCB Fozzie and Apothony bringing you Disavowed Dot versus Hun Reloaded. We've got another amazing match for you because Hyperions are on the field, and I always love it when there's Hyperions on the field. So, Disavowed has brought triple Hyperion, Eos, Aneros, Vengeance, Enyo, and triple Ishkur. So under piloted team, but 3 Hyperions, which doesn't usually work, but it always looks good not working.
Yep, and I think Hun have brought something that's, they've probably got an advantage comp-wise in the match. I'll give them that. But they, let's be honest, less style points, right?
Yes.
Less style points. They've got triple Ishtar, triple Vexor, with an Eos for a ton of drone damage, along with a Prophecy, a Tyrannus, 2 Navitas for Logi. We are seeing some use of the Frigate Logi, which I really like to see, and a Maulus for some additional damping support. The match starts, and the Hyperions have to just start immediately burning in. Do they have MJDs, I wonder? I can't see any effects spooling at the moment. They're just burning in with, looks like, MWDs.
So we've got a bunch of sentries dropped by the Hun Reloaded team. So the Hun guys have dropped guards and bouncers. Interesting choice. I mean, that's going to be pretty easy to hit these Hyperions, but it's not going to do as much damage. We're going to have to see how well the Hyperions hold up. There's no reps going across the field. It looks like the Aneros is damped out. That's very effective use of the damps for Hun Reloaded onto the Aneros of Disavowed, and that Hyperion's probably going to die without getting a single rep from his logistics.
Painful.
Oh, there he goes.
And it does look like here that the ogres of some of the Hyperions are just falling back and not doing that much. That seems rather odd choice to make. But still, they're burning in there, getting nice and close. We've got the second Hyperion of Unimatrix taking a ton of damage. The Eos of Deviant taking a little damage, but already this is looking really, really one-sided.
So again, this is excellent execution by Hun Reloaded. What they're doing is they're killing the Hyperions. Meanwhile, they've got all of their damps focused on the Aneros, and they also have Frigs out on the Aneros, webbing and scrambling it, so it actually can't get closer. It can't reach with its lock range all the way to the Hyperions, and it also can't move fast enough to get within range. So there's really nothing it can do. It's actually just going to sit there helpless.
The Aneros is scram webbed by that hero deserving a medal, drink up Waffle Bros, Tyrannus. It just cannot get in range of those Hyperions. It's probably, it's damped, it's neutered, it's just absolutely screwed. That Logi is doing nothing for them. Those Hyperions are right. Now the Ishkars as well, taking a ton of damage. It might be possible that Hun here take a flawless victory in the first match of the losers bracket. And Hun are an old school strong AT team, so this is not an unsurprising showing from them.
Yep, this is a team with a whole lot of history. As we see, they knocked down one Ishkar, and now they're going to knock down another one. This is the Tyrannus just doing a great job of keeping the Aneros out of the fight. And it is now at this point, there's not a whole lot that can threaten this Hun team. The Eos does damage, the Enyo does damage, but they're dropping so quickly. They haven't needed to kill the Aneros because of the fact that the Aneros can't lock anything. They might decide to kill the Aneros before the Eos because the Eos is actually orbiting the Aneros, giving it tap transfers, so they're close enough that they can definitely lock each other. But there's no way that it can rep the Vengeance, and so they have their choice. They can pick apart the Vengeance, which is exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, it looks like Final Vengeance is going down. The Aneros starting to take damage. Beautiful, execution by Hun, even though, as we said at the beginning, they kind of had a bit of advantage in the setup. I think that Hyperion setup, could be very good. Say if they landed on top of a Tinker, say huge DPS, utility newts. I mean, I think the Hyperions would stand a chance of being a reasonable comp, but against, these Kaiti Ishtars, Vex, or something that isn't going to be right on top of you, those Hyperions they just don't stand a chance.
Yeah, they in this case they came up against just excellent execution of the damps and the control from the frigates, and now just one Eos left. This is really a textbook destruction of a team by Hun Reloaded, and this is going to take the flag for today for fastest match, because this is going to beat out even what we saw with our last match, as the Eos will be down within just a few seconds.
Yep, here we go, and with that loss, that's my final match of the day. I will see you guys next week from Iceland, assuming a volcano doesn't kill me.
Yep, and that's going to be my last match of the day as well. We're going to go out for our midday break, and then when we come back, it's going to be CCB Rise and Sir Squeebles bringing you the awesome second half of this day.
See you later, guys.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve, Israel.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Alliance Tournament. I'm CCP Rise, and I'm with Sir Squeebles, and we're about to watch Fearless Empire against Nora Mercenary Group to get us started after the break today. How's it going, Mr. Squeebles?
It's going well. It's going well.
Fantastic. Sorry for the short delay, guys. We broke a bunch of computers and had to restart them all, but everything's good now. What do we have on the field here? I see a succubus there on the screen. Tell us about the setups a little bit, Squeebles.
Yeah, so on one team you're seeing a more traditional shield setup. That's on the side of Noir. They're fielding Sleipnir, Gila, which is something that we've seen before. Some interesting Frigg support with the succubus. There's a Harpy, also Vexers for some added DPS, and then Worms as well.
Yeah, and Fearless have something crazy. They've got the first Chronos of the tournament, I believe, and then alongside that, like a small armor tinker with, I believe, their flagship Geddon, a Proteus, Damnation, Prophecy, Vexor Navy issue. And worth mentioning, Noir doesn't have any logistics at all, so this is a very high damage, high kind of in-your-face sort of setup, and we're underway now. You see Noir started at 0 on the beacon, and they're burning straight away down towards that Fearless Tinker. Have to see how their damage does against... probably against that Armageddon or maybe the Logi Proteus to get things started.
Yeah, you do already see the Vexor of Zoreli taking damage. He's at about 2/3 shields. It's not as much as they'd like to see early, and it looks like Maxwell and the Proteus is going to be the primary.
Yep, going to try and break that logistics first, as Fozzie was saying before. Often that's the weakest link in these Tinker chains. Looks like actually, though, they may go for the Vexor Navy issue. They had a web on that for a second, but the Proteus taking pretty heavy damage to start, although on the other side, Noir already lost a Vexor. They have no logistics, so they'll be bleeding ships this whole time. They need to make use of the DPS while they have it.
And interestingly, unless I'm mistaken, that Proteus was boosting shields just a minute ago, like small amounts of shields, so I don't know, but it didn't really save him because he's dead.
You're right. I saw the boost effect there on the stream just before he went down. He is down now. A Sleipnir getting traded back pretty quickly here. Getting right next to that Chronos definitely puts them up against a lot of DPS, even though there's not a lot of ships on this Fearless side. So 2 ships down now for Noir. Without Logi, though, Fearless Empire are probably going to be losing ships pretty quickly. This Vexor Navy issue especially, with a pretty light tank.
And that's a pretty significant portion of their DPS. This Chronos can only do so much, although they are chunking into this Sleipnir. But if it gets down to this Chronos, the Prophecy, the Damnation, it looks pretty dark, and that's the case now, especially with that Geddon applying new pressure to the Chronos.
You know, I think this could be really interesting as this goes late. As a second Sleipnir already goes down for Noir, not only do they not have Logi, but it looks like the tanks are pretty light because he went down really fast. See what they go after next. Maybe the Vexor piloted by Sovereign. But in the meantime, Fearless actually doing kind of okay. They only have a couple ships, but that Chronos is going to be a really big problem. If Noir loses very much more of their DPS, it's possible that they just simply won't be able to break the Chronos, and he can kill these ships one by one, no problem, as they lose another Vexor.
Yeah, interestingly, I had the Armageddon grouped with the wrong team. I was wondering how Armageddon synergized with the Gila, so no worries about that cap pressure on the Chronos. I'm sure he's less nervous now.
Wow.
But only 2 Gilas, yeah, that's probably not going to be enough to eat through this substantial tank.
I mean, the Geddon's going down for Fearless now. He's getting into low armor, but the Noir tanks just seem really light. Their ships are going down really quick. I wonder what the tank looks like on those Helas and Sleipnirs. It seemed like they never even boosted as another Hela goes down. Only a few ships left for Noir. It looks like Fearless is going to take this with the Chronos and this kind of strange, like, few pilot tinker here with their Geddon. If this is a flagship Geddon, which I actually don't have confirmed, I need to find that out, but if that's the case, this could be a really hurtful loss for them, even if they make it through the match.
Well, at this point, just on points, it's pretty secure. That Chronos is not going anywhere. This last Gila is going down. One of the, I believe it's the Harpy. Yes, the Harpy is right in the middle of the remaining part of this tanker, and he's going to sink as well. This Worm might kite, just sort of flaunting, but yeah, there's not much hope for him to break a Chronos.
Wow, ship's going down. Yeah,
this is... They needed to go for the mobile micro jump drive strat there and hope that the Chronos and the remainder of the team MJD'd out. They did not, though, and as that last Worm sinks, that's an interesting match.
Yeah, really strange. It seems like if Noir would have had some Logi, maybe instead of those Vexers or something, they could have kept this match maybe turning their way as things went a little later, but instead Fearless is the one who comes out up on top, having no problem cutting through this Noir team with that Chronos. Pretty cool to see that in play. I have to feel like Fearless is a little lucky that they brought a Chronos and then had somebody fly straight in on top of them.
Yeah, that was an interesting decision. You see that it's kind of 50-50, honestly, with a lot of the Gila comps. Some people think that shield resist bonus entitles them to just get right in the middle of the fight. Other teams play them a little more defensively. Against a comp like this, you definitely hope that you've practiced the more kiting setup, because getting on top of a Chronos is not a good life decision.
Yeah, one thing that makes, I'm sure, added some urgency to the strategy for Noir is that Chronos did have a bunch of smart bombs. So those Gila drones, even though they have a lot of HP, would eventually get chewed up by the smart bombs, making their damage even lower. They may have just felt they needed to get in and apply as much damage really as absolutely possible. But yeah, I mean, really, really strange to fly up next to a Chronos, which just really is happy to have everything as near to it as possible, and especially because it's alongside a Tinker that really can't move across the field at all either.
Right.
And now we're seeing this last remaining Succubus kind of fly around here and maybe proving how hard it would have been for Fearless to deal damage to anything that was far away. They actually can't really do anything at all to the Succubus. They just have these big, slow brick ships left. And yeah, Chronos still actually in Bastion. See if he drops Bastion and tries to MGD around to catch the Succubus, but that...
Oh, I hope he does. I think that would end in a dead Chronos based on what we've seen so far. Yeah, this Succubus pilot, though, that's quite a nice move by him, making sure that they have plenty of time to loot the wrecks of his friends. I don't know what to say about that comp, though. The Gila comp, I mean, it's not the first time we've seen Gilas. It's not the last time we're going to see Gilas. There's a couple common variations with a triple Gila, double Sleipnir, that sort of thing with a little bit higher damage output. But it seems like a lot of people really are brawling in. And it's sort of strange to set up that way, given that these really sturdy armor tanks have been in the tournament since the start.
Yeah, it is a pretty interesting decision. Yeah, particularly against this composition, but I don't know. I could see the brawling in being I think a lot of time when we end up with kite setups versus kite setups, being aggressive and trying to get on top can be a really good move. Like if it's Helas versus Helas and they're trying to, get more damage than their opponents by closing in and getting tackles, that makes a little more sense. In this situation, it seems like it definitely just exposes you to all of the Fearless damage and Ewar, which if you can work around, you're better off trying. I wonder, in this match, if they would have at least given a shot to breaking the Proteus tank from range before going in. But they do have some big limitations. The Vexers don't have a lot of drones they can reload. So if they try that and then the smart bombs clear some of those drones off, they may give up any chance of breaking that logistics at any point in the match. So.
Interestingly, though, with the smart bombs, it's definitely something to consider, especially with the drone-heavy metas that we've seen. But a lot of the popular drone ships do have an EHP bonus for their drones. So at first glance, you might say a couple of large smart bombs would clear off a flight of heavy drones, but not from the Gila, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a 500% bonus to the tank of those drones. It's essentially like, there we go, finally down.
Nice
but it's
job,
essentially
Fearless.
like trying to kill an assault frigate with 2 smart bombs, which is a lengthy process.
Absolutely. Anyway, nice match. Congratulations, Fearless Empire, winning with a pretty bizarre setup. Good job to them, and we'll be back in just a few with Waffles versus Mortus.
Rape is your fucking primary! Rape is the fucking primary! Everyone fucking rape him now!
Go for Tower Wars, free for all in Tower Wars.
Whether you're into gate camping or jet can mining, you'll find Eve's best music mix at Eve Radio. Visit www.eve-radio.com today.
Do you like waffles?
I like waffles.
I like waffles.
Do you like waffles?
Yes, I like waffles.
And pancakes and French toast.
Hello again, I'm CCP Rise here with Sir Squeebles, and we are in the middle of day 4 of the Alliance Tournament. We're about to see Waffles fight Mortus, and this looks like a pretty brawly match. What do you think of what we have on the field, Squeebles?
We have a near mirror with 3 Ishtars and then 3 Vexors on both sides, but on the side of Mortus, we've got 3 Vexor Navy issues, whereas Waffles has opted for 3 Vexors so that they can bring along an EOS. So a little more substantial tank on the Waffles team, but a little more DPS coming out of Mortus. We'll have to see if lacking those links sacrifices too much tank.
Yeah, some kind of interesting variations on what mostly are extremely similar setups here, having the drone cruiser core with the Neros on both sides, but then differences in the support they've chosen, going with the Tristans on the Mortus side, and then making sure to pick up that command ship on the Waffles side. Both teams came in at max range. We're underway now, and let's have a look at what drones they drop. It looks like Mortus is dropping close range drones, but bouncers coming out of a lot of the Waffle ships.
That's definitely the better pick. You see now a drone horde of augmented hammerheads, some hobgoblins coming off the support as well, headed for Waffles, but it's going to take time for those to get there, whereas Waffles is already laying down some serious pain.
They are, but none of that pain so far, causing any real big problems for Mortus. You don't actually see reps active towards any of their ships, but even without reps, they're doing just fine. You see Neros just boosting back some shields. He's likely to be one of the first targets. No, they're going after an Ishtar. Mr. Paro looks like, and the Vexor Navy issue and Tonto. It's really interesting they've split here. I wonder why they're doing that.
Well, if you look, it looks like the Ishtars are damped out right now. I don't know how effective those unbonus damps probably off those Tristans are going to be, but it might force them to pick targets of opportunity, or maybe they're struggling with the assist mechanic. It could be a number of things.
In the meantime, the Geckos coming over from the Mortus ships are starting to arrive on the Waffles side. You can see some damage starting to come in on their Ishtars, but for now, Logistics having no problem keeping them alive. While Mortu's struggling a bit. They have 3 ships in really low armor.
Yeah, Kirkra and the Oneros, though, doing a really good job of managing reps right now. He's kept everybody fairly comfortable, although Time Watcher and the VNI is now dropping pretty low. I would definitely start to get nervous. Those VNIs can fit a pretty substantial buffer tank, but without an EOS, the resist profile is not going to be ideal. He is going into structure now, and if they lose that, that's going to be a significant amount of damage that they've mitigated.
Yeah, he's just hanging on, and down he goes. First blood over to Waffles. In the meantime, actually, Waffles, shout out to my boy Sis7, about to go down first for Waffles in an Ishtar. He's hanging in there barely, catching graps from their Oneros, and actually pulling back now. So he was getting really, really low, but looks like he might be doing okay. And in the meantime, Mortu's still taking a lot of damage across several of their ships.
Yeah, and another VNI going down, and Tonto Mintot is now in low armor. I really don't think this Oneros is going to be able to keep him up. And those VNIs, they really do represent a huge chunk of damage. Now that their drones have finally made it over there, those Geckos are going to be really smashing these Ishtars. The Ishtars are doing a fairly good job on the Waffle side of trying to mitigate with some speed. And that can be effective against Geckos, but with the velocity bonus on the Vexor Navy hull, those Geckos are still going to be putting out some pretty serious hurt. And now both VNIs going down almost at the same time.
Yeah, and in the meantime, you also saw one of the Mortus Ishtars disappear. That was actually a boundary violation. Alake Pisakin or something made it all the way out to 126k in his Ishtar. So that's definitely one of the risks you run when you're trying to kite around with these drone ships, and got a little too far away there.
It looks like Mortus is sort of, it's like a synchronized swimming, only of disappointment, as this Ishtar of Mr. Paro is taking huge damage. Grash, Norlisk is also low. Waffles at this point is probably just having a laugh. They're splitting their damage and still killing these Ishtars. Looking at this now, I mean, obviously there are tons of factors at play. The drone choice, while I do agree with using geckos on the VNI, the amount of time it took them to close that distance was huge. Mainly, in my mind, it comes down to this EOS pick on the Waffle side and how much sturdier the tanks are on those Ishtars. I mean, even the Vexers, which I didn't really see take a whole lot of damage, they weren't really threatened just because that EOS can so substantially buff up the tanks. So I think that was a good investment to downgrade the Vexers and bring a command ship along.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that has a lot to do with their success here. And like you say, I think the drone choice is huge as well. The time it takes, the amount of damage that gets mitigated as the close range drones try to chase these kiting ships around the arena is really significant. And all that time, the bouncers are just plugging away, able to switch targets quickly as they need to, and able to apply the entire time. Mordu's team getting just chewed up, finished off here in their synchronized swim as it ends. And Nero's going down now, and just a couple ships left. And Waffle's actually going to get through this one without losing a single ship. Really good job by their logistics pilot as well. I feel like that should be said.
Yeah, they piloted well. The Oneros, obviously, on the Mortis side, was under a little bit more pressure, and he handled it well based on just looking at it, but that's not to say Waffles didn't do the same. It just wasn't maybe as dramatic. Obviously, they brought a Dragoon, which is awesome. I immediately was cheering for them for that. But just real quick before this last Ishtar goes down, I mean, why opt for the Maledictions and not the Tristans, which can project drone damage along with the rest of your team?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it depends on what they're expecting to use them for. If they're looking for more of a tackle role and less of a support, like damage role, the Maledictions look a little nicer. Or I don't know if they're looking to use them as anti-support against something like the Tristans. Maybe it's better because they're faster and have to put themselves not quite as close, but I'm not sure. It's a good question. And I was looking originally at the setups, like the Tristans really had to do something to make a difference, because I felt like it was kind of the Tristans against an EOS somehow, even though it was really just the Vexor Navy issue switch. But anyway, good job to Waffles. They win in really good fashion here. So that'll do it for this one. We'll be back in a few with Godfathers versus Afterlife. Hey again, welcome back to the Alliance Tournament Losers Bracket, where one team in every match is going home for good. In this match, it will be either the Godfathers or the Afterlife. And I'm CCP Rise here, Mr. Squeebles. Squeebles, what have these teams brought? Something you like a lot, right?
Yeah, they've brought the Godfathers, have fielded my favorite Alliance Tournament ship of all time, and that is, of course, the Navy Dominics. Oh, sorry, that's Afterlife and the Navy Dominixes.
Yeah.
They're, of course, going to win because Navy Dominix is so much DPS. They are armor fit. They do have an EOS. They have a Celestis and a Blackbird for all of your E-War needs, paired with an Oneros for some reps. They do have a really nice support wing. I won't scoff at that. They've got 2 Maulus, 2 Heretics, a Tower, and a Merlin, and we are off.
We are off. Drones are down from those Navy Dummies. Of course, the most likely reason for them bringing the Navy Dummies is that they're 1 point less. If they don't feel the tracking and optimal bonus is important on the normal Dominics, they can go down 1 point and get a Navy Dummy. Wow, Damps for days. You can see the Godfathers team not having fun trying to lock back against this Afterlife team for now. But Celeste is still taking some damage for Afterlife, while Godfathers doesn't seem to be taking any damage at all.
As a huge credit to the Afterlife, and I'm trying to suppress my hatred of the hull to get to the center of the matter here, but these Navy Dommies dropped Geckos. They did not try and be normal Dominixes. They recognized that they don't have that innate sentry bonus. They dropped Geckos, sent them across the field. That's a really smart choice, but we're still not seeing the damage apply. Hopefully they get something that's slow-moving enough where those Geckos can start to do work.
Yeah, for now, so little going. Okay, now some damage onto Navy Dummies, but that kind of means Godfathers maybe has given up on that Celestis they were shooting at. Testing if the Navy Dummies are a little weaker. You see some ref bots there. Navy Dummies have no turrets fit to them, so a lot of utility in the highs, I'm guessing. I don't see any smart bombs running, but they won't be using that hybrid bonus at all. Some damage starting to get sustained by the Godfathers' Ishtar. They're, of course, using those frigate logistics, which for now is working out just fine. The Damps, of course, pretty bad news for them because their lock range is already pretty low, but they're able to stay in tight. There's no Afterlife ships anywhere near the Godfathers' team to try and put pressure on those bursts for now. So everybody holding strong.
And there are a couple of sets of armor rep bots out on the side of the Afterlife. I'm looking through now. I do see a medium flight, presumably from the Oneros. There were also some lights a second ago, unless I'm hallucinating, but they don't really need them at this juncture. I mean, nobody's in armor. I would hope that there's some DPS flights they can pull out of maybe those Molluses to send over to maybe do some shield damage to the Godfathers, because right now it's just a good old Mexican standoff.
There is some lights in the air. I see them circling around the one of the bursts, trying to put some damage on him. It also looked to me like for a bit at least there was an attempt to kill some of the Godfather's drones that have gotten near the Afterlife team. A whole big fleet of Geckos now heading back across towards the Godfather's team from the Afterlife side. See what target they choose and see if it does anything. Still no damage really being sustained. And there you see a big chunk of damage going on to that burst. Also ECM applied. No reps coming into that burst. He could be in real trouble. Ooh, ECM drops for a second and reps come through. But that's a big deal if they're able to get that burst down. Looks like they're going to be able to, and he does drop.
And meanwhile, the Celestis of Voldemar, something along those lines, he did take a little bit of damage. It instantly got repped up. This Oneros pilot is on it. And this E-War is absolutely wreaking havoc on the Godfather's side. So I kind of wonder about the Blackbird. He doesn't seem like he's been terribly effective thus far. Maybe another Celestis would have been a good option. But by the same token, it's working for him, as they now have not lost a single ship. And they have taken out those bursts on the side of the Godfathers.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that it's hard to know which E-War pressure was the most significant, but the Blackbird may have played a big role in getting those bursts down since they weren't able to rep each other. And now, with logistics out of the way, Afterlife looks like they're going to start picking away at that support wing, taking a worm out first. But in the meantime, their Talwar is tackled. Ooh, actually just broke free of tackle. GM probably coming through to shake that tackle off. And Talwar getting repped back up.
The Godfathers has realized that not being able to target anything is actually hindering their ability to kill anyone, and they have charged in full force. They are now right in their midst. You're going to see hopefully some tackle spread throughout. I can definitely see the worms in close. I'm not sure if they'll have tackle or not, but they're getting right in the middle. I mean, even the Claymore is in there, maybe trying to pin something down for the Gila. And yeah, that Mirkonix and the Ishtar got erased.
Erased. Looks like they've had enough of chasing after support. They did finish off that worm. Probably their heretics still working on these worms, but they did manage to get some geckos moved on over onto that first Ishtar, and he went down super fast. Damage being spread around the Afterlife team. Got, like you said, the E-War doing a lot of work, I'm sure, and Keela's probably moving damage to whatever they're able to lock. Another worm down for Godfathers. So far looking really good for Afterlife and their Navy dummies.
And as much as I hate to say it, yeah, they have locked this down pretty well. I mean, a really comfortable run from them. I mean, their tanks have not been threatened. Their E-War pilots are doing a fantastic job, either cycling damps or just being cognizant of range and making sure damps are on targets that they will affect. And this other Ishtar is going down, and in my mind, that's pretty much it. 3 Gilas with the Claymore and Harpy and a Worm for DPS on the side of the Afterlife, for the Godfathers. They can kill the Oneros, but they can't kill the Oneros and kill the Navy Dominixes unless they really pull out a miracle. So I think it's going to be a war of attrition at this point for the Godfathers, and this Gila of Vlada Silnai is taking damage, but also this Celestis, and now a Worm on the Afterlife side. The Worm just gone.
Yeah, one thing that's definitely happening here that's coming from these Navy Dominixes is a lot of support in the form of neutralizers, and you can see them like right now running newts on this last Gila before they get to him. They might even be able to turn hardeners off. Those cruisers don't have a lot of base cap, and if they get all that out of the way before those geckos catch up, there might just be hardly any tank at all there. And now Afterlife having no problem cleaning this up, finishing off the last few ships. Navy Dommy's looking pretty strong actually.
I haven't seen. Have you seen this Oneros on the Afterlife side? Have you seen a prop mod on him? I haven't been watching his speed.
I haven't been looking too close.
Because he, as of now, is untackled, and I mean, if it comes down to where he feels too threatened, he can still MWD out and mitigate the damage that's about to no longer exist as Nakuno goes down.
I mean, tackling him would have been a really tall order, I think, for this Godfathers team. Like the Navy Dummies provide a really nice shield. With all those neutralizers, and they have the heretics there to pick off any tackle that comes in. So it's possible he was just never really under too much pressure, other than maybe for some drones that came across on their own. Just this Claymore left, he'll go down very quickly. Really interesting fight. I wonder how Afterlife would hold up against kind of a team with a similar amount of E-War. They obviously won the Damp and ECM battle in this particular match, and that's a huge deal in the tournament environment, and I wonder how the Dominixes would hold up if they got damped out or jammed themselves. I don't see them running any sensor boosters or ECCM, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with fewer DPS holes, the assist mechanic is a little more consistent. I think when the entire team is built around the DPS of these Navy Dommies, and obviously the EOS is nothing to write off. He can put out some damage, but I think it's a little bit easier to manage from these top-heavy like battleship DPS setups. I did, at the time that I realized what was happening, it wasn't the greatest moment to mention it, but as you said, you saw the Afterlife trying to kill off some of the Godfather's drones, and they did actually quite successfully. I didn't see any smart bombs off the Dommies. I wasn't zoomed in on them, but...
No, I didn't actually see smart bombs either, but I saw a lot of the missiles and drone
right.
Drones
These heretics were trying to eat some of the Valkyries that were in on the Dominixes, which is a good decision. It made the Afterlife the Godfathers think about what they were doing, but by the same token, it wasn't tremendously effective, and I wonder if there wasn't a better place to put that DPS to expedite this process.
Well, in any case, don't second guess Afterlife's decisions too much. They did a really good job in this match taking Godfathers out of the tournament, so congratulations to them. We're going to go to another short break to watch various cams around New Eden, and we'll be back with End of Life vs. Nameless Alliance in no time.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve, Israel.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt that fight in Hate Elites with some more Alliance Tournament, but don't worry, we'll get back to it in just a second. We're gonna first watch End of Life fight Nameless Alliance. I'm CCP Rise here with Mr. Squeebles. What sort of setups have these teams chosen?
Well, in the part of the Nameless Alliance, we have a very interesting assortment of battleship-sized things. We have 2 Armageddons, including one which is the flagship. We have a Vindicator, an Eos, a Legion, and a Rapier. Where on the part of End of Life, we have a slightly more typical 3 Stratios, 2 Eos, and Oneros as the core, and then a support wing with some Punishers, some Vengeances, Tristan, Ishkar, Algos.
Right, so End of Life has a fairly standard drone setup here. Looks a lot like a lot of the compositions in this tournament. They brought VNIs last week. Those have been banned out, so switching to the Stratioses makes some sense. Nameless Alliance, a much stranger, small armor tinker with battleships. As much as I want to pick on them for this, we just saw another team win with this a few minutes ago with the Kronos alongside it. This team looks similar in that it'll kind of be limited by range pretty heavily. They've also dropped heavy armor maintenance bots to start, so I don't know where their damage is supposed to come from. Geddon's putting out heavy armor maintenance bots right away and just slow boating their way towards the End of Life team.
So the Legion is already through shields, and I would assume if they're using armor rep bots off those Armageddons, which I agree is definitely a strange choice, that these are not going to be full nuke Geddons, which is not really uncommon in this context, but maybe some lasers on the Geddons, not likely to be smart bombs because, as you've said, they really are lacking DPS, and I'm afraid that Vindy pilot might be a little overconfident if he thinks he alone is going to be able to break the tank on the other side.
You can see there that huge swarm of rep bots keeping that Legion alive, and now the Rapier looks like they've switched some damage over to him. But the big issue is going the other way. You see no damage at all hitting the End of Life team. Some newts and tackle actually being applied to those Vengeances now. They've gotten a little too close, I guess, to the Rapier, but we'll have to see if they're able to break anything. There is an Oneros and all that command ship support on the End of Life side to keep them alive, and the Legion's starting to break, so that's pretty bad news.
Yeah, they took a little while to toggle those drones back over to the Legion. Now they have them back on. That is a really substantial number of large rep drones. And he's tanking pretty comfortably, but when you're using a setup like this that relies on rep drones, the other team is definitely going to reach that point where they ask the question, should we start killing heavy armor maintenance bots?
Right.
And they may well do that, because right now it doesn't look like they're in any immediate danger. There is a web now on a Vengeance, Newts as well, of Ruby Fruit Jungle, so presumably he's going to really take some damage here soon, but yeah, right now nothing too exciting, and Ruby Fruit is catching reps, so maybe he can tank it until the Vindy gets there.
Ruby Fruit Jungle is a fantastic name. Good job
Agreed,
to him
yeah.
on that. End of Life being really smart here, just offering up their Vengeances to absorb all the Eor and damage from the Nameless Alliance team. Those are going to be really hard chips for these Geddons to kill, and the Vengeances just staying pretty far out in newt range, but not close enough to face tons of the Vindicator damage for now, at least. They're webbed by the Rapier, but they're tanking just fine. The Oneros on the End of Life side having no trouble repping them, and their tank's really strong, so they're just doing all right. And like you said, I think at some point it has to kind of change priorities for End of Life to start attacking these heavy maintenance bots so that they can break the take on this Tinker.
And I think if it were me, I would have reached that point already. I mean, you're not making substantial progress. The Rapier was a good pick. He's going to be able to exert tackle further than anyone else. They didn't really do enough to him. The armor maintenance bots got on early. He didn't really feel too much pressure, I think. The Legion now tanking comfortably. I'm trying to target some of these armor maintenance bots and see if they are taking damage.
Vengeance starting to break. One thing I'm noticing is some more light drones in the air chasing after the Vengeances, also some hammerheads. It may be that realizing that their tank was pretty stable, the Nameless Alliance, they actually swapped out for some more damage drones against the Vengeances, and they almost had him killed. But then he caught reps again, right back to full HP, so he's just fine for now.
Yeah, and I mean, being a Logi pilot in this context is one of the hardest jobs, absolutely. But you have to wonder, I mean, if these Vengeances were out front it was a little strange that he didn't have reps ready to cycle, given that there's not a whole lot of pressure elsewhere. I mean, a good save by all means, but if you're that Oneros, I would think these 3 frigates are your top priority, these 3 Amar frigates out front.
So Nameless still slowly trucking their way across. They're actually ignoring the Vengeances. The Vindicator there was basically right on top of their primary target Vengeance for a while, shooting at him with blasters, but they just moved right on past. Looks like they're trying to get towards a target that's a little bit bigger with maybe some hope of breaking one of those Stratioses, maybe the Oneros, I'm not sure. But right now, still just locked in this struggle to see if anybody can make progress against either side's tank.
I'm really confused right now because I see a flight of light shield maintenance bots out on the side of End of Life. I'm not sure if somebody made a mistake or if they're just wanting to be an individual, but that is definitely a strange pick, and it means even in some small part that they are lacking DPS.
That can be for the Oneros, right? The Oneros has taken some damage. If he has like a passive shield tank with just an afterburner or something, and he's just hoping to get topped up by the shield maintenance bots, could be the case. I don't see any reps on him, but maybe that's
I have
why.
a lot of the armor maintenance bots for Nameless Alliance targeted, and they are just popping left and right. So they are now killing armor maintenance bots. The medium fights are almost down. I've seen at least 1 heavy die. So before long, Nameless Alliance is really going to run out of time. Their rep power is going to be really compromised by the killing of these drones.
The other thing that's going bad for Nameless Alliance right now is the Legion is really starting to break fast, and he may be going down in just a second. But part of the reason for that is that both the EOS and one of the Armageddons, for some reason, is really separated from this Legion outside of cap transfer range. I'm not sure if that's because a Vengeance had tackle. I don't think so. I think it's actually probably just the Armageddon not paying attention. But for a time at least, that Armageddon and EOS were very far away from that Legion. Now they're back in cap transfer range, feeding that Legion again. So we'll see if his tank recovers now that he's got that support again.
Yeah, he does look pretty healthy. That was definitely a scary moment, and it's really a matter of time. If you're on the Nameless Alliance side, you need to be making progress now. Unfortunately for you, End of Life is piloting fairly competently and staying out of those webs. The Rapier webs have, I think, touched people here and there. There's now webs on Gaborn and the Stratios, and they might even be Vindy webs. He's only going 40 MS. Nope, he's picking back up. That's Rapier webs. But they have got to get this Vindicator hard tackling something quickly before they lose the war on armor maintenance bots.
Yeah, and as time ticks down here, I mean, they're now underneath the 4-minute mark. They really can think about just getting a kill, and they've actually done that now. Switch to a Punisher. I think that's a really good choice, getting webs on that Punisher. That may be one of the most vulnerable targets on the End of Life side, and if they're able to take that down and then the match goes to time, they actually win. So a good choice there, although Nameless's tank does not look super stable. This Rapier is struggling really bad at the moment, despite having Legion reps on him, and Punisher going really low. They might get a kill in here.
And there it goes. The Punisher's down, and in the same amount of time, not only are they applying damage to this Rapier, but they're also still killing armor maintenance bots. So these frigates on the End of Life side are prioritizing armor maintenance bots, and this Rapier is struggling, and I dare say he's not long for this world, as he gets into very, very low armor and now structure.
And that's going to be extremely hard for them to make up for. They don't actually need much from that ship. The tackle helps, but it's not a huge deal. But the point swing is gigantic. Now they have to kill some big ships or a whole bunch of ships to equalize the point totals here. And I don't know if they're going to be able to do that with the amount of time they have left, considering how difficult it's been for them to kill anything. And actually looking like with this few armor maintenance bots, they may just plain lose the Legion and topple this Tinker before the match ends.
Yeah, I think you're seeing the full force of those armor maintenance bots, or now the lack thereof, as they've killed off a lot of the heavies. Even those ones that they haven't killed off, these Armageddons are really having to micromanage and recall and put back out in the cycle time. They're losing a lot of rep potential. The Legion, stable is not a good word to describe him, but he is alive at this point, and he is still sort of holding in 30% armor, even pulling some back. Meanwhile, I've looked at these Geddons. The only things I saw them neuting were a single Punisher. So I'm not sure if there's a strategy to that, but I can go ahead and gamble on saying that Punisher probably has no capacitor.
And I've been trying to watch to see if this Vindicator's doing anything. You notice there's no webs at all on the End of Life side, which to me says, there's nothing in range of most of the damage from this team coming from the Vindicator, since he can't even get a tackle. And he is shooting, but it looks like he's actually shooting at drones. He's just killing geckos. So they're trying to clear off more DPS, which really doesn't do anything at this point. There's so little time left in the match. They may just be trying to save their Legion at this point, to save the ISK, because they're not going to win the match by slowing down the incoming damage. They really, really need to get some kills.
Yeah, and those are actually vengeances before anybody gets too upset, not a Punisher. But this Legion is going down, and that's far more important. However, these Armageddons have managed to get newts out on the Stratioses, which is not going to do them a whole lot of good because nobody is closing that gap, and now their Legion is chunking through structure, and boom goes the dynamite, there goes the Legion.
Right, so now End of Life in complete control. It'll only be 40 seconds, so we can send you back to that fight in Hadales to see what's going on there. You know, these Tinker setups around battleships, this one especially looked really awkward, but it actually looks really close to being able to take this match. I mean, the heavy armor maintenance bots were definitely a vulnerability, and we saw End of Life wear them down through those drones over the course of the match, but outside of that, they would have gotten this Punisher kill. They could have easily gotten a Vengeance kill. You see he's in low structure, and they would have won. And we saw the other team, I don't remember which team it was not too long ago, maybe Fearless, I can't remember, but making this kind of setup work as well. So it'd be interesting to see if we have more of these kind of bizarre 6-man Tinker setups coming in. But in any case, Armageddon down, match winding down to no time now.
Yeah, and I'm definitely in agreement there. These armored battleship comps, especially this one, which looked a little kitchen sinky, quite frankly, it did fairly well. And the great thing about that in terms of your confidence is that if your tank stabilizes early, it gives you time to think, and that makes you happy. It makes you a little more comfortable. The problem is that's only half the process. So you have to establish your tank, you have to feel comfortable right off the bat, but then you also need to make progress, and that's the part that they couldn't accomplish with that comp in particular.
Yep. Anyway, good match. Congratulations, End of Life, moving on. Nameless Alliance, maybe we'll see you next year. And with that, we'll go back to some ads and see you guys in a few minutes for more Alliance Tournament.
Okay, we'll just chillax for a sec, everybody. And then we'll just like graph like explode, and it's gonna be awesome. It's not gonna be worth, 500 bill, but it's gonna be okay.
Do I have to like do it? I want every dead motherfucker out of the Alliance.
No.
Every one.
Bro. No mad.
So, do we have any setups that aren't a tinker?
Oh no, I bombed.
You bombed us.
So.
I'm sorry, guys.
Hello again, guys. I'm CCP Rides here with Sir Squeebles, and we're about to watch Fidelis Constance fight Almost Awesome in the losers bracket of the Alliance Tournament. And what do we have on the field?
For Fidelis, we have two Caracals and two Cerberus, two Myrmidons and a Rattlesnake as their DPS with only 3 Ishkars as support. And then on the part of Almost Awesome, they're running a Guardian, 2 VNIs, a Vindicator, and an Armageddon. 3 Kitsunes, a Tristan, and 2 Tyrannus. So sort of unconventional setups from both, more of a missile-heavy, hopefully kitey team from Fidelis, and then it's going to be an urgent chase, I think, on the part of Almost Awesome.
Yeah, definitely some strange choices here. We were wondering if the Guardian was there for cap transfer with the battleships, but the Almost Awesome battleships have actually come in at 0 on the beacon. I don't know if you guys have gotten a view of that yet, but the rest of the Almost Awesome team back at 50, putting the battleships in kind of a weird situation, actually, since the angle has it so that Fidelis Constance can actually cut to the side of the battleships and get to the rest of the Almost Awesome team if they want. But here we go. I'll have to see how this goes down. Kitsune is trying to get jams across those Cerberuses, which should work really well since they'll just turn their DPS off. And an Ishkar already going down for Fidelis Constance.
But in the same time, a Kitsune did die. Out in the Almost Awesome blob, I do see Imperial Navy Curators dropped, which are not designed to do damage. They're just to let your enemy know that you don't have the skills for T2 sentries. But a second Kitsune going into low shields and now armor, and I'm sure he's not going to last long. Meanwhile, Charles Gray fighting back from low structure. Come on, Charles, come on!
And in the meantime, this Vindicator from the Almost Awesome side has just powered straight across the field for this Rattlesnake. He's gotten a tackle on the Rattlesnake and is got his blasters trained on that. So ignoring the support war going on in the background and going straight after that battleship with nobody really stopping him. You can see now tackle applied to the Vindicator. We'll have to see if the Guardian can get in range for support. Another Kitsune down for Almost Awesome.
And no time for a moment of silence for Charles, as Cynara in the Ishkar is also low armor, about to go into structure. Meanwhile, Mystic in the Rattlesnake is really taking some damage. He's already half shields. They have no logistics on this team, as I think you've mentioned. He needs to start shield boosting scary amounts for us to be at all confident, because he's less than half shields. He's like a third shields and dropping. Meanwhile, the Vindicator of Taran on the Almost Awesome team is 2/3 armor. He's definitely taking damage, but he's going to at least trade for this Rattlesnake, and after that DPS is gone, I imagine he will go on an absolute rampage before he goes down.
Yeah, this was really strange. Like you say, he needs to be boosting, and he's actually not. I mean, I've been zoomed in there for a while. You guys are too. He's not running a booster. He went from 100 HP to 0 without ever running any kind of tank at all, and like you said, no logistics to support him. So nice job by the Vindicator there, going after the really vulnerable Rattlesnake, even though you wouldn't necessarily expect it to be. Vindicator is getting low, but you can see the Guardian's gotten in range to get reps on him, so he may be just fine now that Rattlesnake's off the field. Another Kitsune down for Almost Awesome, though.
Yeah, and the Vindy is stabilizing, and quite frankly, it won't matter even if he does die at this juncture. He's done his job in spades. He has now taken out the Rattlesnake. He's taken out one of the Myrmidons. Looks like Kari Trace and a Cerberus has taken a lot of damage. He's not tackled, though, so he's probably going to make it out. Taran pulling back armor. What a hero. Meanwhile, nothing tackled enough for DPS to apply. Fidelis Constance is down to 3 Cerberus and 1 Caracal. The skinned Caracal, it's throwing me off. A Myrmidon and an Ishkar, and that Myrmidon now is getting hammered, and he will not last very long. This Kitey Missile DPS for Fidelis might be able to survive a little while longer, but if this Guardian pilot is paying any attention whatsoever, this should be a pretty strong victory for Almost Awesome.
Pretty surprisingly, Myrmidon goes down now, but it seemed like the Almost Awesome Vindicator didn't apply tackle until almost the very end. I'm not really sure why. Must be really fun to fly a Vindicator in a match like this where you're really not under any kind of pressure at all. Usually battleships, especially single ones like this, get abused by E-War really badly, either by getting tackled away from the fight or getting damps on them or something, but he's just kind of had free reign to do whatever he wants, and it's worked out really well for Almost Awesome. Him basically by himself taking out those 3 core ships at the top of the Fidelis Constance team. Still a lot of damage going on to that VNI for Almost Awesome, but the reps from the Guardian keeping him up and trading back a Caracol now won't be much longer for Fidelis Constance, I think.
We've seen several teams field DPS setups that rely on missiles in the way of Cerberus, Orthrus, that sort of a thing. I don't think really any of them have really been all that successful. They're definitely good at killing frigates if you fit RLML. They have great range if you fit heavy missiles. But it doesn't seem like they either have enough DPS to punch through substantial tanks, or it doesn't seem like they can get in on the frigate wing early enough to make the RLML choice significant. So I'm not sure I really am much of a fan of Caracol, Cerberus, Orthrus setups in this context, at least not a full team.
Yeah, I'm with you. It seems like you say, they're really good at killing support. The Kitsunes went down fairly early in this fight, but you give up so many points in your comp that you end up with, like in this match, a fairly weak heavy core that really can't compete against the opposition's usually heavy drone flights or other battleships. And just like what happened here, you end up just outmatched in that sense. And then by the time you finish killing support, the rest of your team is dead, and then the Cerberuses are just really bad against the rest of the main ships in the composition that you're against. So Almost Awesome doing a great job here. Vindicator pilot having a lot of fun in that match, and that'll do it for this one. We'll be back in just a few with Red Alliance versus Monkeys with Guns.
For day 4, that means that pretty much only the good teams and Test Alliance are left.
Test Alliance, please ignore. Worst of the best. Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny paw into his career. So you always let jump, and let the body hit the floor, and that is how the glue comes.
Also, RVB's
Hey, we're live, buddy. We're live. Chill out, would you? Hey, guys. This is the Alliance Tournament. I'm CCV Rise here with a very excited Sir Squeebles because we have some Maelstroms on the field.
I wouldn't say that's why I'm excited, but I am excited, and there are, in fact, Maelstroms on the field, so we're right about that. Really interesting teams on both sides. I mean, this is something new with the Maelstroms. Monkeys with Guns, who I expected to field a Glinty Rush again, they went with a very PL counter-style Tinker setup. They've got a Golem, a Vulture, 3 Ishtars, and a Logi Loki. So we'll see how they manage that. And on the other team, we are looking at 3 Maelstroms, a Claymore, a Basilisk, and a very healthy Frigwing with 2 Mollusts, 2 Merlins, 2 Kestrels, and a Griffin by Red Alliance.
Really useful shot. Yeah, Maelstroms, pretty strange choice, but might actually work really well against the Tinker setup. If they can just alpha Loki off the field, they might be in pretty good shape. They know their targets aren't going to move around all that much. They can ignore the Golem for the most part. We'll have to see if they're able to kill anything. In general, Maelstroms are not a great tournament ship. They're really easy to mess with and like make their turrets not do anything, and they can't move, and so generally it's a bad idea. But this actually might be a match that they're not all that ill-suited for, so we'll see how it goes. You can see E-War getting applied across the board to Monkeys with Guns, but Ishtar drones still doing work. Whoa, Basilisk down real quick. So
yeah, they turn the pencil upside down and erase that Bazzy. Now they are applying damage to nothing, but we're anxiously awaiting. Meanwhile, the Loki is taking shield damage. His tank should be pretty sturdy. I'm not zoomed in yet, but yep, there are cap transfers going. He's already boosting. Everything is comfortable. Meanwhile, Unuk in the Maelstrom is taking shield damage. He does have a shield booster, so we're using that particular advantage of the Maelstrom. And he's holding, but not for long. He's got 9 boosts worth of ASB, and at that point, he's just going to be on a Hope tank. We do have a Smart Bomber, though, and the Claymore has Smart Bombs, and he has dove right into the middle of this Tinker and started Smart Bombing.
So in an apparent effort to make sure that the Maelstrom guns don't do anything at all, they're just MWDing straight through the middle of this Tinker setup. Surely not tracking whatsoever for the time being, at least. Hopefully they eventually just decide to sit still and see if their guns can do any damage. But from that range, you see right there, they're all wrapped up in this ball. They've made it really easy for the Monkeys with Guns team to just orbit them and turn down a whole bunch of their damage. Loki is webbed, and actually at close range, the damage is getting a lot higher, of course, now that they've slowed down from just being close. Let's see if they're able to break him. Looks like maybe they can.
I mean, their application is better, but their overall DPS is about to be a lot less as Unuk dies. I think maybe they were trying to drive through that Tinker in the hopes of accidentally catching shield reps from the Loki, as their own Logi was dead, but this Maelstrom of Unuk goes down. The Loki is really low, though. He's breaking a sweat, and as a matter of fact, he's breaking the bank because that Loki is dead.
Dang, that's a big deal. Now no reps left really anywhere for Monkeys with Guns, meaning Maelstroms can just go to work. They should take these Ishtars out really quick. They are down a Logi, like you said, so this Maelstrom should go down pretty quick as well, but now it's a pretty even match, I'd say. Maybe in favor of Red Alliance, actually.
Yeah, I think the important thing if you're on Monkeys with Guns right now is you have got to get the damage out of these Ishtars before they die, because they are going to die. That's just the reality of where they're at right now. Maybe one might survive on the outside, but these Ishtars need to make sure they're applying full force. If they've got anything useful in the high slots besides that camp transfer, they need to be putting it down. And if they don't trade both of these Maelstroms before these Ishtars are out, this is going to be a really, really tough battle for Monkeys with Guns as one of the 3 goes down.
Yeah, first Ishtar down, and our camera person there doing a great job zooming in on the Maelstrom, so you can see there is actually local shield boosting going on for those Maelstroms. So even though they've lost Logi, they are not actually out of active tank, and as they kill these Ishtars, that tank's going to be more and more meaningful. So looks like this Maelstrom might be on reload now on that ASB, but we know the other one should have a pretty big tank in store. So if they can take down another Ishtar or 2, it may be possible that the Maelstrom will just be able to last the entire fight. Although whether or not Red Alliance can break that Golem is definitely debatable as well. So we have a pretty close match on our hands still, I'd say.
Well, I would say pretty definitively they cannot break that Golem unless he makes a really tremendous mistake. I do see some curators out now on the side of Monkeys with Guns that are being smart bombed by this Claymore effectively. Whether those are active drones or abandoned, I don't know, but it's not going to matter much longer because the second of 3 Ishtars is now dead. The DPS is coming out of the Golem, the Vulture, and the Ishtar. That's all that's left. It did take him a long time to grind through those first 2 Maelstroms. This third one is maybe struggling with his shield booster a bit as he's going down a little bit quicker.
Third Maelstrom activating an MJD at the moment. There you see him charging up to just peace out from this point in the middle of the fight. Oh my god.
They have Monkeys with Guns came in with a strong MJD based strategy, and it has paid off as the Maelstrom boundary violates. This Ishtar is actually holding, and if there was any question before that Maelstrom exited the match in a very stylish manner, there's not anymore. This is a pretty much closed case.
It's not closed yet. Okay, it's very close. But there's a Claymore, which it's hard to say if they can break the Claymore's tank. Probably they can, but we have to see. And in the meantime, he's wearing down this Ishtar, which doesn't really have any tank left himself. So I wouldn't say it's completely over yet, but that definitely doesn't help Red Alliance too much.
Well, I think there's still a possibility, but what I was going to say is on the outside chance, right, that this Ishtar goes down without trading for anything, which it does look like it's going to be the case, you've got a Vulture and a Golem, both of which have really, really substantial tanks. The Vulture is likely to be buffer tank. I mean, he can definitely fit an ASB if he'd like to, and he may have, but in a Tinker, not always the case. So it's going to take him a while to chew through this Vulture, and in the meantime, if this Golem is putting out DPS on these frigates, it might become a battle of points and not a clean sweep like it looked like it might have been.
So the Ishtar is about to go down. I am surprised that the that the Monkeys with Guns team, the Golem especially, hasn't switched to trying to take out some of these support frigates. The Golem, immune to E-War, he can lock far enough away to shoot at the support ships, and it looks like Griffin just went down, huh? Was he down before? Anyway, Ishtar down for Monkeys with Guns. They only have 2 ships left, just a Vulture and a Golem. The Vulture is not going to be all that useful because he's going to be damped so bad that it's going to be hard for him to lock anything except the Claymore, which he can't break. It looks like there's one of those Merlins really close too, actually.
Well, anyway, if you're on the Monkeys with Guns team, right, and you've got this Vulture, you've got this Golem, you have to be looking at accruing enough points based on the assumption that your Vulture is eventually going to die. It should take a really substantially long time.
I don't think the Vulture is going to die. I think the Vulture is just like the Claymore. They're both just going to sit there and tank the whole match. I think the only thing left in this match that can die are the support frigs, and they need to kill 10 points worth of them. Oh, no, never mind.
Right, exactly.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, they can't kill anything else.
So this, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Worst case scenario, maybe the Vulture goes down. But at this point, the Golem is so safe and he's so comfortable that I don't think they're really too worried. But there's probably an awkward and tense silence on comms for Monkeys with Guns right now, and that is appropriate. Speaking of the Claymore tanking forever, things like command ships, which we see fit with ASBs all the time, especially the Claymore, which is really, really tanky. It's kind of psychological warfare from a target calling perspective, because you're talking about 9 ASB charges and then a little bit maybe on the local cap, and you commit to killing this really tanky thing, and maybe you get 5 ASB charges in, and then there's something else closer that's a little easier to kill. Do you risk allowing the Claymore to reload, or do you keep on him until he breaks? And that can be really tough, especially in standoffs, which this very nearly was. Fortunately, they don't have to make that decision now, but it is interesting to note that the limited active tanking capabilities of some of these command ships is a real debate a lot of times on comms as to whether you keep on them or switch.
Yeah, definitely a big decision. Like you say, lucky for them in this case, it's not a decision they're going to have to worry about. They, with that Maelstrom just seeing himself out, locked up this pretty comfortably, and they're picking away at the support fleet now, killing Kestrels, Merlins, and Griffins at their leisure, but without any ability to break the tanks on the Monkeys with Guns team. Red Alliance will definitely be leaving the tournament after this match. So, really interesting one. Another match where 6-man Tinker setup with a Marauder actually does really well. Granted, it was against Maelstroms, but Maelstrom should be able to actually have a pretty good chance against this kind of setup relative to a lot of the other things they could have faced.
Yeah, and I jokingly said before the match that I did hope that the Maelstroms burned right in and spoiled their own tracking, and lo and behold, it happened. So it is definitely a sad moment for Red Alliance, but Greg 2010 and the Claymore's got to be happy because he's gotten on every one of these kill mails with those smart bombs, so silver linings, I guess, for Red Alliance.
I think it's been the case in tournament matches forever that managing that battleship DPS early in the match has such a huge impact on the way a lot of these fights go, and I think it gets underestimated a lot. It's very hard to move the ship to the optimal range without hurting your own tracking for a really significant amount of time because of how long it takes the battleship to speed up and slow down. And I think this was a case of that, like you said, where charging through the maelstroms waste at least 10 or 15 seconds where they're probably not tracking at all, and that actually ends up making a really big difference when you know the matches come down to this close of an end. So really pays off to have really good pilots in those heavy DPS ships.
And yeah, absolutely. That's something a lot of times, anytime your DPS is turret based, especially on things like Sleipnirs, you see it referred to as a finesse setup based on how it works, especially with, say, Hydra's artillery Sleipnirs. Finesse is the exact right word for that, because your DPS is not... It's not like Gila's where you can project perfectly, right? There's still definitely speed to factor in. There's a necessity for tackle, but when you're talking about guns, it is really a manual piloting game. It's not necessarily a communication game as much as it is on a certain level as knowing where your ship is, how your damage is applying, and how to individually amplify that damage as much as possible. And now it's gotten down to this Claymore as time runs out. And
match ended some time ago.
Well fought, well fought.
Those ships killed after the match ended will be reimbursed, of course. But anyway, guys, Monkeys with Guns taking this one off Red Alliance. Red Alliance leaving the tournament. Monkeys with Guns, we'll see you next week. And we'll be back in just a minute with our last match of the day, actually, Triumvirate versus Revolution.
Kill the thingy. A thingy just landed. Okay, align to that territorial thingy. Kill the thingy. Snow get thingy. Starburst. Kill the thingies.
Welcome to Wormhole Space, man. We be flying tech trees and smoking them trees. This Avowed Alliance represented by Pandora Spear and Viper Fleet Inc.
All right, guys. Thanks for sticking around to the end of the day. This is the last match of day 4 of the Alliance Tournament, Triumvirate vs. Revolution. I am CCP Rise, joined by Kill2. Tell us about what's on the field.
Well, we have, again, one sort of non-conventional setup on the side of Revolution. They're fielding 3 Raven Navy issues, a single Golem, a Scimitar, and then just 2 Merlins for their tackle. And on the other side of the field, we have 2 Rattlesnakes, a Sleipnir, 2 Vexers, a Scimitar, 3 Maulus, a Crow, and 2 Merlins on the side of Triumvirate, which is similar to things that we've seen in the past, and I think it's going to be a really effective setup.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying before the match, Tri could be a really solid team. They ran into Hydra with a good setup last round, so that's why they're down here in the loser's bracket. Revolution setup actually doesn't look too terrible. A lot of time when you bring a Marauder, what you have to do is make the rest of your setup function on its own. They've done that pretty well by having the Navy Ravens with the Scimitar. I think the big problem for them this match is going to be dealing with these damps. This huge support wing of Mauluses going to be a big problem for those Navy Ravens. It's going to be hard for them to get their damage applied, but we'll see how it goes. We're underway now. Maulus taking damage first thing for first target for Revolution.
And Starfleet commander in the Scimitar is pretty well on it. He caught Jarek, and he did catch Takant also in a Maulus, but he's getting chunked through now. Leviathan again. This is really chaotic for Starfleet commander as he's having to rep these Mauluses, and they are taking huge amounts of damage even through the reps.
Wow, keeping them alive still, and you notice the Scimitar for Revolution has not been able to get reps active on that Navy Raven, who is now headed into structure. Damp's doing a number on him and tackle as well. He's separated from his fleet, and there is this Crow holding him down. So that Navy Raven dies without ever receiving any reps at all. Really, really well played by Triumvirate.
And that is huge. And I'm not going to – I had a bit of a rant about Typhoons. I'm not going to repeat in its entirety, but the general idea is that if your damage is based on high slot modules, you're even more susceptible to damps than a lot of the drone comps that we've seen. So the risk they've run here by bringing in the Raven Navy issues, yes, they have the Golem, which can bash and become immune to E-War, but these Raven Navy issues are having trouble getting their damage out. The Scimitar is also under damp pressure, and the second Raven Navy of Liquid 34 is going down, and this Scimitar has no hope of keeping these guys up under this much E-War.
Yeah, it took him so long. Most of that Navy Raven went down without ever getting any reps on him at all. Again, props to Starfleet Commander. These Mauluses, they're bouncing damage all over, trying to get a switch that lets them bring one down, but they haven't had any luck. I really want to actually go back and watch. If you guys want to do this at all, there is crest data to give 3D information about these matches, and at places like null-sac.com, you can go back and watch in 3D from any point of view you want what actually happened in each match. It'd be really interesting here to see why the Scimitar was so far away from the Navy Ravens. I think they all started pretty close to the center of the arena with him separated, and that's why he was never able to get close enough to rep anything, but I'd love to go back and look because this tri-tackle just kept him from ever really doing anything.
And I mean, at a base level, if somebody were to tell you, okay, here's the fight, you have a team with a handful of battleships versus, the team with a couple battleships and some frigates, to say, oh, let's use the battleships to try and kill the frigates might seem ridiculous, but they have absolutely no choice against these Mauluses. I mean, their damage is reliant on being able to target and project, and what's stopping them is the Maulus. So as kind of painful as it is to watch them lose Navy Ravens without any retaliation, they have to kill these Mauluses, or had in past tense to kill these Mauluses to get their damage out, and they didn't do that in time. And now the Scimitar is down, and this Golem might tank just out of spite, but there's not much point, as it's a pretty convincing victory for Triumvirate.
Yeah, I think just really well flown by Tri here. Their setup's really strong, making the absolute most of those damps, using their tackle really well also to spread the enemy fleet out, make it so it has a hard time supporting itself. And Those Navy Ravens just went down so fast, never really got an opportunity to tank at all. Last support ship off the field for Evolution. All they have left is that Golem, which of course can run a pretty heavy tank, but under the entire team here, I have a feeling Tri will be able to finish that Golem off. They have plenty of time. They have some neutralizers, so we'll have to see if they can kill him. But really well flown by Tri, I'd say.
Yeah, and it is interesting to see these rattlesnakes have been the core of a lot of comps, but it's always sort of a variety to see what they're supported with. A lot of people like to use the Gila because obviously it synergizes really well. You can project your damage, obviously drone DPS. But things like Sleipnirs have also been thrown in, which Sleipnirs are such an interesting tournament ship, as I'm sure Fozzie would agree, in that they can brawl right in and rely on a pretty healthy tank themselves, or they can kind of stick back and bide their time and then rush rush after a target of opportunity, I guess. So I really like seeing these setups with the rattlesnakes and 1 or 2 Sleipnirs, and this one was flown really competently, and a really great victory by Tri.
Yeah, really well done. Looks like they're going to break this Golem pretty easily here. Deep structure, there he goes. So that ends this match. Triumvirate moving on to next week. Revolution getting booted out of the tournament. And that actually is the end of day 4 of Alliance Tournament 12. CCP Rise here with Swiss Squeebles, and we'll see you guys in a full studio with all of our beautiful faces and mid-match commentary and all that next weekend, where we do week 3 of the Alliance Tournament. And we can't wait to see you then. Thanks for watching.